Hey guys, what's going on, everybody? Today we got a special Flesh and Blood stream for you guys today. We're having somebody in the Discord, I think it was True, thought it would be fun to have a Discord Talishar tournament. So I thought it would be cool to have one of those, and ever since True mentioned it, it's taken off in a really positive way. Everybody's had a lot of really good feedback about it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun today. So today we got 13 players, which I honestly, if I'm being real, that's more people than I thought would show up, so I'm pretty excited. It was going to be 14, but somebody had to drop at the last minute. So we got 13 players today, which means we're going to have 4 Swiss rounds and a cut to top 4, and then we're going to play out top 4. So I'm actually really excited. I think it's going to be a good time. I think today's going to be really fun. Hey, Cards, what's up, man? Dude, everybody... We got one last minute here. Infinite Cards. All right. If you want to join, man. All right. Oh, Joe's already got the plug on the Discord bot. So cool. It should. Yesterday it was giving me problems. Let's see if it's gonna work today. Stream Elements was giving me problems. Of course, Nightbot's working. Nightbot's always working. Hey, there it is. All right, cool. So there it is. Cards, if you want to jump in, technically the registration closed last night, but dude, if you want to jump in and you want to play, man, then I'm down to have you play. I think it'll be fun to have one more, just so we won't have an odd number. I'd hate for somebody to have to get the bye. I personally think that wouldn't be very fun. So if you want to play, man, then yeah, absolutely. Join the Discord, and then I'm gonna be in the Pairings queue channel here in the next few minutes, and you should be able to find a few people in there. They could give you the details on what's going on today. So I'm going to have to rework the pairings. I'd already put the pairings together so we'd have them, so I got to get rid of this picture that I took here, but let's pull it up and we'll get everything set up. Let's see. There's a way to do this. Delete last round. And then players. And then let's see how your name pops up in the Discord. All right, we're gonna copy your name. I like how everybody's hanging out in the Pairings queue muted. feels like watching a Microsoft Teams meeting when I look up and see everybody put in that way. It's really funny. And then I do not like that. So nope, stop. Let's paste. It's not gonna give me the option. Okay. And then we want this row middle. Sorry, I'm fixing everything on my end so that it looks clean. Okay, so we have the new pairing. So rounds, generate next round. All right, so now everybody's got an opponent. That's pretty exciting. There is one announcement that I want to make, and I'm kind of doing it while I'm doing this here at the same time. If you guys are talking in chat, I apologize. I can't see it. But I do want to make an announcement here that none of what we're doing today is in any way affiliated with Legend Story Studios. Nobody is gaining XP or gaining or losing ELO today. This is in no way anything official. This is just a fun tournament idea that somebody had in the Discord, and we put it together to kind of let everybody play off, or a free-to-play tournament for some prizes at the end of everything. All right. So, and he said here, all right, cool. We got it. We got everybody. All right. All right, so we talked about... I'm trying to make sure I cover everything here before we actually jump into everything and make sure we have it. Hey, Funk, what's up, dude? Okay, so... Not affiliated with LSS in any way. Free-to-play tournament. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the Discord here. So I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to step away from the camera. When I'm going to step away, I'm going to explain the rules to everybody and kind of get everything set up. And we're going to get our feature match going on camera. And I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll have our feature match going. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Okay, guys, we were having a little bit of technical issues getting our first feature match set up, but now we got the feature match going. We got Silas on top, the Silas as he's been called, and we got Nick on the bottom here. We got Fi versus Reinhardt. Now, I think pretty traditionally, I think that Fi's favored into this matchup, but I'm curious to see how this goes without any of the new cards put into it. I think this is going to be really interesting here. So Nick going first, which I don't think he wants to do, but I do think that oh, okay, so Silas is on blue mounting anger. I kind of like that. Yeah, I think that Nick definitely wants to go second in this matchup to take some tempo here, but I'm not sure. So we'll see. We'll see what we come up with here. Is this going to be E-Strike for 5 draw card, I imagine? Says he's favored. That is what I say, Trent. And hey, Funk, sorry, man. I would have thrown you in the tournament, but we had an even number after somebody dropped, so I kind of wanted to keep it even, though, man. I appreciate you jumping in the Discord, dude. We're definitely going to be doing this stuff in the future, and we'll be sure to keep you up to date on those. Nick definitely has a fighting chance here. I'm not saying that it's slanted heavy one way or the other, but I do think that Fi is slightly favored, especially in my experience here. So Nick actually manages to put Silas down to 34 on turn 0. Opens up with the Scowling Flesh Bag on Silas's first turn. So Nick must have a PRB turn that he's looking to hang on to here. It's the only thing I can come up with as far as we're looking at here. So we intimidate a card. Nick takes 2, goes to 38. And then Ember Blade for 3 with no go again. So he must have intimidated one of Silas's blues is what I would come up with here. No, Robert, I wasn't able to come up with a commentary partner for the day, man. Everybody wanted to play, so I was not able to come up with a commentary partner. Everybody wanted to play, which I completely understand. Oh man, Nick's rolling hot. A 4 into a 6. Okay. So swing big for 8. I mean, Nick's putting a lot of pressure on here to start here, man. This is a lot of pressure. Shoo! Double swing big. Jeez. All right, if Silas takes this, man. All right, so we're seeing a 17 life point differential here on the second turn of the game. Let's see if Silas can try to swing this back. I mean, I was like, dude, if Robert wants to hang out and commentate, that's awesome, man. But Robert, please don't feel forced to. I'm more than happy to just commentate and have a good time today. Okay. Art of War in the defense step, or in the reaction step after no blocks are declared. That's a pretty good way to crawl back into the game. So he intimidated the non-Art of War from Silas, and then Silas was able to play Art of War here to get going. No worries, man. I completely get it, dude. I completely get it. Okay, so he banishes a Snatch off of the Mounting Anger, which I'm pretty sure is what we hit here. Did not use the mask right there. I think he thought about using the mask, but maybe he didn't want to. No, I agree. Stuff like that makes a huge difference. All right. Ooh, Cadaverous Contraband is interesting. I wonder what... That's probably for a grindier matchup, I imagine. Lava Vein Loyalty for 4. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's freaking go. You love to Hey, thank you for the follow. Chows, hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, so he's got a Lava Burst here. We have our Phoenix Flame. The Snatch has yet to be thrown, so we have some pretty good offense here. Dude, I'm super pumped for the tournament, man. I mean, that's true. It does get back Blood Rush Bellow. Oh, this is for 6? Oh, because of the Mounting Anger. So this is 6 on-hit draw card. Silas has already found a way to try and find the difference in the life total here. Nick had an insanely hot start, and Silas is oh my gosh. A Blaze Headlong off the Snatch? Dude, this is how you top 8 Battle Hardens, folks. This is how you top 8. Oh my gosh, Silas is running hot here. And another 7. What a swingy game in only 2 turns have passed. Silas now up 12 points, but Nick has Blood Rush Bellow and he has the Beast Within. Dude, this is amazing. This has been oh my god. Oh, another Blood Rush Bellows? Okay, that's not great. This has been like a very heavy hitting game. I guess you could say we're playing with some heavy hitters. But all right, that was terrible. Sorry.
I liked it.
Thank you, baby. Carly liked it. Oh. Yeah, man. Robert, I definitely think this is something we'll end up doing again, man. So if you want to be a part of it in the future, that'd be awesome. Be absolutely awesome. So he comes in with Claw for 7. Breaks Cross Trap. Throws a Swing Big for 12. So Nick's able to come back with a 19-point turn. Silas is just going to give up his equipment. I mean, he is at 4. We know that Silas is now at 4, which is the Fatal Reckless Swing territory. But it is worth noting that Nick pitched a Reckless Swing on the very first turn of the game. So, like, we know that there's nothing coming there. If Silas is another Artivore here, I was like, man, another Artivore would be absolutely crazy. So, a 1-for-4 starter here. And then we have the Ember Blade. Nick's trying to do everything he can to, like, keep his life up and play the value game from here, I think. Okay, so 3. 3, and then we have the Phoenix Flame for sure, which is only going to be for 1. Not that we would have triggered Shuko, but Shuko being off the board is very important here. There's no way Nick can block this here, I don't think. I think Nick's forced to just say no blocks and go to 4 here. Man, what a way to start the day. Like, this has been like an incredibly fast game, but like no blocks left and right. Until now, Nick's been blocking like crazy, but this has been a crazy no blocking game. Lava Vein for 3. I was like, yeah, there's no way Nick's going to 1 here, right? Like, he's definitely just going to block. The problem is that as long as Silas doesn't draw a brick hand, he's just going to keep drawing these hands that leak damage. Oh, no. Silas is going babbling pretty early on here. That's not a good look for his day. All right, we get a red Barraging Beatdown from Nick. All right. So he ends up giving the red Pack Hunt instead of the Barraging Beatdown here. And then we have Ronin Renegade for 3. Bavinous Babble for sure. He's babbling, folks. Now we give the Beatdown here. Okay. Emberblade here. Now, if Silas doesn't have another card, like if he doesn't have like a way to like turn on the Phoenix Flame here, like Nick can just keep his card. Yeah, he's gonna have to pitch here. I think Silas might have miscounted. Okay, so he comes in for 2. Nick can decide right now in this moment that he can go to 1 and swing the Claw. Yep. I think he's made the decision he's gonna... Oh, no. Sink below. Okay. So just kidding. We're still blocking. We're still hanging out. Hey, Ben with the hydrate. Trying to make sure we stay hydrated while we commentate today. We've now seen back-to-back turns from the Phi deck here where Silas has taken every single card out of Nick's hand and he's dealt 1 damage. If this continues to go on this way, Silas will eventually win the game here. Ooh, he's having to start with Flame Call Awakening. Tells me he does not have another Draconic starter here. Man, this is going to be like a 10-minute match here. This is going to be crazy. Dude, I appreciate it, Robert. I wish I could take credit for this idea, man, but this was not my idea. This was Drew's idea. I'm pretty sure he had this idea in the chat in the Discord. It's pretty fun. I have to say I'm actually like, this is really cool. I'm very glad we decided to do this. Ooh, I don't know that Nick should have given up a card there. I'd be curious to see what his hand is and what the decision point was there. Oh, no! And that's going to win it. I mean, even if he has a sink below here, that's going to win Silas the game here. Man, what an incredibly fast game we just saw. Okay, so Silas had an AVPT of 15.17 over 6 turns. What an incredibly fast game. Wow. That was... I have to say, I did not think we would be looking at a feature match to go by in about, like, what was that? It's 2:17. We got that game off the ground at like 2:06. That was an 11-minute match. Absolutely insane. Wow. Could not believe that went by that fast. Let's look in the Discord and see what we got going on. We might be able to we might be able to get Silas in here for an interview to tell us about this game. We did have a no-show today with it, which is a little disappointing. Who is that? Hey! Omega Dude with the Prime sub. Let's go on Twitch. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. There's a lot of great content creators out there that you could give that to every month, so I appreciate you throwing that my way this month. Means a lot, man. Mine finished just a tad before that one. LOL. Dude, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh man. All right, let's jump in the Pairings Q channel here and see if we can get Silas set up for an interview here. Silas.
What up?
That was like a 2-second game there, man.
Dude, that one turn kind of
that was like a
put him down.
That was like a 5. What was that? Like 6 turns? Like, I mean, it was an 11-minute game. So
that's how it goes.
So walk me through it real quick. Tell me about your thoughts. And we're on stream right here, so you're doing an interview live here with everybody else hanging out. Tell me your thoughts. Like, the double swing big turn was like a really good turn from Nick, and I really felt like, you know, that was going to put him in a good position if you didn't have a really crazy turn. So, like, what were your thoughts going into the Art of War turn?
I thought, this is my one chance to win this. If I miss off this Art of War, I lose. It's unfortunate I had to banish a snatch, and I had a double snatch turn.
Sure. But,
I mean, it worked out. I drew well off of it, and he let the snatch hit as well, so they gave me that extra 5 with the blaze.
I mean, you went down to like, what, 22 or 23 or something like that? Like,
yeah,
Nick had a really good turn, and then you put him down to like, what, 8 or something crazy? Like, I mean, you had an insanely strong turn right there. Like, it was just crazy to see like how swingy back and forth that game was. Like, you just all over the place.
That's how, from the games I've played, that matchup goes. If he can draw his blood rushes early and I can't get an art, then I'm in trouble. But Talishar said I did 29 points of damage that turn.
Yeah, I looked. You had an AVPT of like 15.17 over like 6 turns.
Yeah.
So, Nick, you here with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo, let's go. All right, so you had that double swing big turn, man, to like start the game out, and I was like, okay. I was like, man, like if Silas doesn't have something, like Nick's in the driver's seat here, like kind of walk me through like that Art of War turn. Like, what were your thoughts? Like, were you just sitting there going, God, I got to hang on and hope we can get out of this?
Yeah, I was hoping he wouldn't get a high number on me. I was hoping I would. Didn't know he was going to do that much.
Yeah,
damage.
I mean, he had a really good turn. The snatch drawing into the Blaze Headlong was like actually crazy. If you guys get a moment, you should go back and watch that, because when you drew the Blaze Headlong, I literally just screamed. I was like, this is how you top 8 battle hardens, folks.
Yeah, that is exactly. You got to get a little lucky every once in a while.
Oh, God, that's hilarious. All right, unfortunately, Trent had a no-show round 1, which is a big sag, because once we had an even number of people, I was really hoping everybody would get to play every round, but it is what it is. All right, so let's go ahead and get some pairings put up here, or we'll get some results put in. All right, so Trent 1-0, and then we got Silas 1-0, and then Sam, you played Null?
Yeah, we played. He was.
Yes, yeah, I did. I won that one.
Oh, Noel's in here too?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Let's go. Okay, so Noel won that one?
No, Sam did.
Oh, Sam did. All right, so we got Sam 1-0. Okay, perfect. So now we got 4 more matches in the making. Let's hop around and let's see if we can find a fun game to watch here.
Drew said he's in a Bolton mirror, so that might not be as fun.
Okay, so let's stay away from that one. Drew's going to go back and be offended that I said that later when he watches this part of the stream. Oh, but that's okay.
Oh, Drew won. They're already done.
Wow, okay. All right. So I'm going to jump over here. Let's see how Eloc and Calum is going real quick. Hey, guys, how's the game going?
That's going great, man.
Terrible.
Okay, so two opinions right there. That tells me all I need to know about this game. What do you guys care to be a feature match for the rest of your game?
That's,
Sure.
yeah, totally fine.
All right, what are you guys playing? What heroes are you playing?
Interact story.
I'm playing Azalea.
Dory and Azalea. Oh, here we go. I got you at the bottom. Let's see. Wait, you said you're playing Dawnblade?
No, Devastator.
Oh, that's not it then. Let's see if we can find. Let's keep scrolling. Oh Lord, we're all the way down here at the bottom.
Can the stream hear our Discord call?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm trying to find your all's game so I can get the setup here. Gosh, there's a lot of. There's a Dory and then a Teklovossin. Let's refresh the page and see if we can find it maybe. Yeah, there's a Dory and an Azalea, but it's the Dawnblade game I was just watching. Azalea, Dory, there's a Dory and a KO. Dory and a Kasai. Is this all open format games? Yeah, that's in the other section. Okay. I don't see your all's game pop up here. Can one of you guys in the table chat copy the link to your URL and your Talishar toolbar and send it to me in the table chat?
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get it going that way.
Sure.
I should have it.
Not the join link. You could just go up top to the game and you can copy the URL that's in the
the actual URL.
Yeah, like your Safari or Chrome or whatever we're using here.
There you go.
Back end warning. I wonder if it's because it's on Undo CC, it won't let me see everybody's games. Yeah, I think that's it. I think if it's on... Well, we'll get that fixed for next round. This is why we do this, so we can work out these bugs. Okay.
Yes.
Well, it appears I will not be able to put you guys on camera, so I apologize. We'll have to come back to this another round.
Sure. All good.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Howdy.
What's up? Are we the last game?
No. Okay. So Silas and Nick's game went in about 2 seconds. So it was like 6 turns, literally took 11 minutes. So we're trying to find another game to watch. Oh, let's see. Null says there should be a spectate link in the settings menu.
Yeah, I can put it in the table chat right
now. Yeah, if you have the link in the table chat, that would be great. Like not the join link, but the
this should be the spectate link.
So it says it says there's a spectator setting in the settings. Let's see, that's what they said. Enable caster mode.
Okay, I enabled it. I don't know if we both have to do it, but
oh, what do I need to do?
I don't know that you guys have to do anything. I think that because of the way, because we're in request undo CC, we're
in caster mode.
I don't think it'll let me watch the game. So I think every round after this is going to have to be played in regular CC so I can watch the games. Because I can't.
Okay. I feel like everybody will be pretty chill. Like you're not. I mean,
No, I don't think anybody's going to scumbag anybody, and if they are, then I don't know. I'm not prepared for that. So, all right. Well, how's your all's game going while I'm here? If you guys don't care to give an update, how's it looking?
Oh, I'm getting absolutely demolished. But
no, hey, Bolton blocks very well.
Yet. Yeah,
Bolton can fatigue anybody. Honestly,
that's fair. All right, so. Let's see. Let's get this. Let's get a. So, are you playing Azalea, Zach?
Yeah.
Okay. And Bolton Bagels, right?
Yeah, it's Noah.
Noah. Perfect. I will do my best to remember that. There are a lot of names, so I make no promises, but I'm going to do everything I can.
No
all right. Well, guys, good luck with your game. and we'll be
Thanks.
in the general pairings queue whenever you guys are done.
All right.
Okay, so I have a development. If you are in the undo CC, request undo CC, I cannot spectate your game.
Are you sure it's because it's a request undo and not because it's private?
So that could also be it. I don't know. I think it's due to private. Noel's saying the same thing, and Noel's in the.
Try copying that link and joining. I put it in the YouTube chat.
Let's see. I think YouTube set up to like block links. Unfortunately, I have yet to figure out how to change that. Let's see. All right.
You could just send it here.
Drew's got it set up. Yeah, you can send it in the pairings queue channel if you want.
I did, yeah.
Okay. Drew said he won, so let's go ahead and throw that in here. Where's Drew boy? Drew's down here. All right, we got 3 matches left. I feel like every single time I ask somebody, how's it going? They're like, terrible. And then the other person's like, oh, it's going really well. Like, that's every single thing I've gotten so far.
That is a mood.
Yeah, so it says back in warning, and I can't actually see any of the game.
Yeah, so that's private. Hold on.
So it's when it's private. So we need it to be
single player again. And then try this one.
Robert, I do not have a meta breakdown, but we will get a meta breakdown for today. I'm going to work on putting one of those together so that we can have that. Yeah, I can see everything this time. So it's the fact that it's private.
Yeah, private.
Okay, so it can still be request undo CC, but it's got to be public. We will be sure to let everybody know that after this. All right, so while we're sitting here, let's look at it. Trent, are you on, Reinar?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sam?
He ran off.
Sam might not be here. All right. I know that Silas is on Fi.
I'm here. What's up? Sorry.
Oh, what are you playing, Sam?
I'm playing Dromai.
Dromai. Oh, boo. No, I'm just kidding. We know that Drew is playing Bolton.
Okay. You can say boo. It's fine. I got beat up by it.
All right. Cheats was a no-show. Big Sag. We know that Nick is playing Reinar. A lot of Reinar today.
Okay.
Also 3 Boltons.
Who's the third Bolton? I have Bagels and Drew.
Lord King Titan. Drew said his match was a Bolton mirror.
Bolton mirror. All right, so you guys heard it. It's a very Bolton heavy field. So let's see. Wonder what Caleb was playing. He didn't tell me. Noel, what are you playing?
Viscerai.
Oh, the standalone man. Something tells me we're gonna have one Viscerai today.
Yep.
I love it. All right. Who else are we missing here? All right. So we still got 2 games going on. We got Eloc and Caleb and Infinite Cards, and I can't remember who he's paired against off the top of my head.
Joe. I think Joe is on Riptide? Because that's what he's been playing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He said he made 4 changes to his deck.
Could the streamed game just share their screen on well, you wouldn't be able to see both hands, never mind.
Well, I can't see both hands regardless, but if you are sharing your screen inside of Discord, if somebody's watching the stream, they can see your hand. And
oh yeah, that's true.
It's not that I don't trust everybody. It's that I don't trust everybody, so
I get it.
Yeah, so we're missing. We need Caleb's deck. Joe is on Riptide. We're going to go ahead and put him down as Riptide, and we'll confirm later. We need Eloc's deck, and we need Infinite Cards deck, and then we'll have a complete meta breakdown.
You're not supposed to say that I could see people's hands. It's the only way I'm going to win with Azalea.
Listen, you want to know? I don't want to hear it. I assume you want to know, how did the match go when...
Yeah,
Honestly,
I ended up losing.
I was kind of concerned, like, for a second.
I was like
they're like, it was like what? It went 14 turns, so like turn 10 and 11, I was a little bit concerned.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, I do not think that it did. Noah did not sound happy when I joined in to talk about your Pulse game.
It was like 25-3 at that point.
Oh, nice.
So like, there's no way I can block out enough to be able to set up because I was playing Saber combo. So there's like no way I could get enough life barrier to actually combo at that point.
To actually keep the cards you need to combo.
Yeah.
My wife was sitting here and I was like, I told her, I was like, he's playing combo. I just need to get him low enough before he can find his cards.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
You do not sound happy.
I don't like to. I like to be unique, and then I hear like, oh yeah, we got a lot of Boltons. I'm not unique anymore.
Yeah. Right now, Bolton's leading the field in decks played.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Let's go! You love to see it.
Let's go.
So we're missing 3 decks right now. Right now, there is a standalone Riptide, a standalone Viserai, and a standalone Dromai. Oh, there's also apparently a standalone Phi, but that's not cool, so...
Hold the phone. There's only room enough in this Discord for one Azalea.
I mean, I haven't heard another Azalea yet, but...
Who would want to be on another Azalea? That's the real thing.
I like punishment.
I mean, it's better that there's only one of you because the mirror, that's the epitome of punishment.
This is true.
Dude,
I'm just happy to hear
hit on the last turn of the game. Oh, dude, that's big Sag. Let's see. Oh, hey, somebody else joined the Discord. Dude, the Discord is like way more popular than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, we're popping off.
It's true. It's true in his magnetic charisma.
It is, dude.
Yeah.
All right, we just got it in. We got it in that Joe won.
Let's fucking go.
He just sent me a message to let him know that he won. So, and cards, man, dude, you could go 3-1 and still make top 4, dude. You don't need to like leave if that's what you meant, man. Get back in here and play this out. We're all here to have fun today. Joe also happens to be a pretty good Riptide player from what they tell me. Also, he beat me on stream yesterday, so. Not that that's it.
Obviously, he's the best one ever.
I was going to say, that's becoming like the running joke.
That everybody beats me when I play on stream.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, this guy streams, he must be good. And I'm like, bro, y'all came to the wrong chat for that. Oh, no, Cards. It's not single elimination by any means, man. Dude, not by any means. We're all hanging out in the pairings queue, man. Come and hang out with us. So I was like, it's all...
No, you're out.
Dude, shut up. Oh, man.
Maybe a quick tournament if it was single elimination.
Bro.
Oh, yeah.
Forget 4 rounds in a top 4.
Yeah. That game was insane with Joe right there. I end up fully fatiguing him, and then I remembered all my Command and Conquerors back to the deck, busted 2 silvers open, didn't get a single one. I was like, do I just go for it or not? A spike pick killed me.
Jeez.
Dude, that's what Joe does, man. He like whittles you down, and then right when you think there's an ounce of hope, he's like, nah, here's a trap, bro. Thanks for playing.
I should have just waited a turn or 2 and death, got another CNC, and just been done with it. Oh well. Live and learn.
Listen, patience is not my strong suit, so I completely understand. I can't remember what Caleb said he was playing. Oh, Cards.
He's
what
playing
do you...
Decimator Dory.
Oh, I'm playing Azuri.
Oh. Azuri. Okay, so there is an Azuri. Let's go.
No, he's playing Dory.
No. Cards is playing Azuri. Sorry.
Oh, Cards is playing Azuri?
Yeah.
All right, let's not get paired up against that guy.
Caleb's on Dorinthia. We're going to put Dorinthia because, you know.
If you want to call me something besides Infinite Cards, my name's Aaron. So
Aaron, okay, perfect. Listen, I always like feel kind of weird asking people's names. I'm like, hey, what's your name? And I'm like, the first time I did that, I was like, you know what? This person that I just met through streaming may not want to share their name with like, you know, the like 20 or 30 people that watch me. So I was like, I just won't ask that question because sometimes people feel uncomfortable with that.
That's why you make it easy.
I put my name out there enough on my own streams.
I was going to say. Then there's just me and Drew who just make it super easy.
I know, right? I know.
Hey, man, I'm in that club.
Yeah, same too.
I should just start naming myself that isn't my name. I should just be like Joe McBroham. Oh, your name must be Joe.
Better.
Nah.
that's when you hit him with the Joe Mama.
Oh,
Dude, I just need you to know, Trent, it has been the talk of the town that you got me with the D's Nuts joke the other night live on stream. I swear. And, like, every single person that I'm friends with has been like, Zach, how? Like, why? Why? You're like embarrassing your whole family falling for that on stream like that.
yeah.
Well,
No,
it was framed very well.
Yeah.
I lured you with false sense of security.
Dude, it was...
I was trying to get Zach the other day, and then Carly fell into it. I was like, I can't.
With the Sea of Thieves one?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Dude. I do love that, like, somebody started to like try and get me with it, and then Carly said that, and then like somebody was like, Carly, no. Like, immediately.
It was Drew. It was Drew.
Oh, was it Drew? Oh, that's even better.
Drew started it, and then Carly commented, and he's like, no.
Oh, it's amazing.
It wasn't for you.
Oh, it's so great, dude. Oh, Carly's sharing the clip of you getting me right now in the chat. Of course she is. Carly's always there to clip these moments.
It was also the fact that you just got so mad.
Dude.
You started slamming the dead.
I just like... I felt so stupid in that moment.
Dude.
I was just sitting there and I was like,
God. Card. Is that a card? Yeah, buddy.
Well, so the weird part is when you asked me that.
It was a spoiler.
When you asked me that, I was like, man, I've heard that before. I was like, maybe that's a Magic card, and like they just like took that for Magic or something like that. And then I was like, where do I know this from?
That's okay, Zach. I'm gonna play Pound Town in draft, and I'm gonna get you ready to go to Pound Town.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Pound Town ball breaker deck.
Absolutely, I can't wait for that joke to be made 1,000 times in Hartford.
Well, you know what's worse, though? Like, if I ever play you at an RTN, I'm gonna be like, oh, I just played Duma. I just played Sugma.
I feel like it happens literally every stream now, where somebody's trying to get me. Like, I feel like I'm on high alert at all times now when I'm streaming cards.
Just takes one time.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And then the floodgates open.
And then we're sharing clips left and right, and everybody's having a good time.
And it's constantly just on your mind, Goblin.
There's a card in this new set called Raw Meat. That's the one I'm excited for.
Bro.
Can't wait to like look at somebody and be like, how dare you put your raw meat on the table against me?
And then there's the chess piece, the vigorous girth or something.
You know that like they wanted to have fun with this set, and James White was like, hold my beer. Like, literally, is what had to happen.
It's a set that's all about drinking and beating the shit out of people, so let's try not to bar humor jokes.
Let's try not to read it. No, you're good, dude. Let's try not to read into things too much. We might turn into a never meet your heroes kind of situation. I don't think anybody.
Oh no,
that.
I was just apologizing for swearing on your stream. I wasn't apologizing for that. I've already met James White already.
So I've never got to meet him, but like everybody says he's a superb guy.
Yeah, he's super chill. I made a pro tour Baltimore last year after I was done with the whole event. I closed up my booth and I was just like, hey, I want to go meet this guy before he leaves.
No, yeah, absolutely, man. I was like, everybody who's ever met him says nothing but great things about him. Why am I not commentating the last match? So I kind of shot myself in the foot here. If it's on private, I can't spectate the matches. So we're going to fix that for round 2 so that we can see all the matches. So we'll have another match after this. Although I have to admit, I am quite enjoying just sitting here chatting with everybody.
I would suggest whenever making the room, put the name of your opponent, just so it's easy to find.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We have no more matches. Elock and Caleb are back.
We're back.
You lost?
Yeah, I lost. Caleb lost.
All right, so Elock gets the win. And then let's... All right. Elock, what are you playing today, buddy?
I am playing a very funny Azalea. I think it's funny. I mean, maybe...
Very funny Azalea.
It was terrible for me.
The funniest part is that you don't get a turn.
Oh God.
That is indeed really funny.
All right, so we've got 2 Reinars, we've got 1 Dromai, we've got 2 Azaleas today. We're gonna get a matchup or meta breakdown here, and we have 2 Boltons.
3 Boltons.
3
Stop
Boltons.
hearing me
There's
into
one.
Dromai.
Three Boltons.
There's one missing at the bottom there. There it is.
Spicy.
Yeah, we need a layout like they do for like battle hardens and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen. As we do more of these, like totally gonna add more stuff to this. Like, I have to admit, you guys are kind of like the guinea pigs for today. Like, I'm very excited everybody wanted to play, but we're definitely figuring this out as we go today. And I have no shame in admitting that to anybody.
Ain't no problem.
Like, I'm very excited everybody wanted to play, but we're definitely figuring this out. Oh, I can hear myself. That's fun. Okay, let's see here. We have, how many decks is this? So we have 13 people. That's 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The Azuri. It's always the Azuri I leave behind. Yeah. How many decks is this? So we have 13 people.
Oh, good.
Okay, so we got 2 Reinars, 1 Dromai, 2 Azaleas, 3 Boltons, and then we have a Dorinthia, a Phi, a Viserai, a Riptide, and an Azuri. We have 2 Reinars, 1 Dromai, 2 Azaleas, 3 Boltons.
Oh, who's my friend? My friendly.
Nice bread.
Me.
Oh, that's coming through. Is that coming through? I think that's coming through Eloc's mic. I think I'm getting the echo through.
And
It's their cards.
Orphanet's cards.
1 second.
Aaron, yeah. The stream is coming through your mic.
Yeah, we're hearing myself echo through you, but I mean,
Yeah. It's like when you call into the radio station and you got the radio station out of the background.
It is exactly like that.
Oh man. All right, Omega Dude wants to know if there's any chance the Zuri player will share their deck list. I leave that up to them. That is wholeheartedly up to them if they'd like to do that. My man said, like the video, guys. Let's go. New Element Rick.
Or really wants to see that list too.
To do that. My man said, like the video, guys. Let's go. Okay.
Let's go, like the
video. All right, so round 1 winners. I got Trent, Sam, Silas, Eloc, Zach. I keep hearing myself. I'm sorry. Drew and Joe. Any objections?
No.
All right, round 2.
Round 2, baby. Oh my god, I can hear me!
I hear Drew laughing.
Okay, hang on. Let's see if there's a... Hang on just a second. Let me see if there's a way to... Let's delete the last round. Let's go to players. Oh, I can't remove anybody after the tournament started? Let me see if there's a way to...
Why, did someone drop out?
Yeah, cheats never showed up.
I mean, it's fine. They just die.
I just wanted everybody to be able to get to play if they could. So... Yeah, but there's no way for me to, like, drop players. Unfortunate. Okay. All right, so generate next round. Yeah, but there's no way for me to, like, drop players. All right, let's see. So generate next round. All right, guys, I'm going to take like 2 minutes. We're going to pause the stream. I'm going to get this set up, and when I come back, we'll have round 2 feature match. Thanks for hanging out today, guys.
No problem. See you soon.
All right, guys. Short break in the action, and we're back. Let's go. Round 2 feature match for everybody. We got True. We got... I'm going to start calling them that collectively. True. Let's go. We got Drew and we got Trent facing off against each other here. I have no idea. I think Drew won the... Oh my God. Dude, y'all can't see it because my name's over there on the right, but like Trent and Drew are literally... Stinky Weenie. You happy, Drew? They're literally over there just talking trash about me in their game chat, dude. I swear. Running this tournament like this was such a good idea. Oh man, this has been so much fun. Oh God. All right. Well, as soon as they done get talking trash about me, we're actually going to start the match here. It is very classic of Drew. I agree. Dude, Josh, what's going on? So I asked Eloc, Nick to share his deck list. Yeah, Drew, go ahead. You guys are good. Roll it, fam. I asked him to share his deck list in the Discord if he felt comfortable with it. So Nick, if you want to see his deck list, you can hit ! Discord and it'll give you a command. Or you're more than welcome to see it and to see his deck list. No, do not clip that. Do not clip that. We're not clipping anything, you animals. I'm a human being and I say words wrong. Drew, you guys are running out of time. You guys only got 55 minutes. I honestly wonder if this is a grindy matchup or not. Oh, the current player's inactive. You know how hard I'm going to laugh if one of them, like, claims victory over this? This would be wild. Please. About to hit him with the triple big hydrate. Dude, Slip, get out of here, man. All right, here we go. So we got Drew. We got Drew with a Light the Way. This card is like always so weird to me because if you charge the yellow card and it hits you get go again, dude, Drew just throwing bangers to start the game. Oh, Trent's playing Warmonger's Diplomacy in his deck, dude. Reinhardt and his claws are not grindy. Rolling a 5 to start the game. Let's go. Trent's coming in hot and heavy. Y'all didn't know that Trent and Drew got down like that, did you? All right, so we got 8. Discarded the Beast Within. I swear, that is 2 rounds in a row we've had Reinhardt on camera, and they have discarded a Beast Within. Like, what is going on? What is going on? I feel like this is going to be another, like, fast, like, run tempo kind of game. Like, we're just going to be pushing the tempo here and just making it happen here. Doing what we can. No, Ben, I'm not playing today. I'm just commentating. We're just kind of hanging out, having a good time today. I wanted to commentate while everybody else got to play, so we got some cool prizes on the line for everybody playing today. Got them laid out upstairs. All right, so Drew pushes through 2 points on his turn, and then Trent is able to push through 6 points on his turn with his roll of a 5 here. Shut up, Ben. Black Lotus, whatever. I just didn't see you in the round scores. Yeah, no, I'm not playing today, man. I appreciate you asking, though. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. All right, Beaming Bravado. If the yellow card is charged this way, it gets +1. So I'm not going to lie, guys. My knowledge of Bolton is not what I would call extensive. So we're just kind of hanging out today. Like, I'm really, like, trying to make sure that we're, like... I'm going to do my best to, like, make sure that, like, that I commentate everything as correctly as I can here, but I don't know a ton about Bolton today. So I've learned a lot about Reinhardt and like the Brute class over the last few weeks, but okay. So Trent blocking a lot here, trying to deny Drew the soul, which I really like. And then he's going to come in for 3 here. Carly, get out of here. Oh, let's go. Vexing Ties the Bolton guy. He's got me covered. You love to see it. You love to see it. Both of our players 1-0 here at table 1 today. Rolling hot through round 1. Drew won the Bolton mirror and Trent got to buy round 1. So, oh man. All right. So Trent arsenals a card and doesn't push through any damage, it looks like there. Drew playing pretty good defense there to start the game out. We got another Beaming Bravado coming in here. The old 2-card 4 isn't exactly what we'd call efficient, but you know. You learn so much about Bolton by getting beat with it, dude. I do understand that. I understand how to play against Bolton. I just don't know a ton about playing with the deck, if that makes any sense. So I'm curious to see if Trent's going to be blocking it all here, or if we're looking at just all gas, no brakes, and like Trent's just going to be like trying to like really put on pressure. I mean, this is an 8-point turn cycle here off of a 2-card hand, which is pretty good. And Drew gets to Arsenal here. So Trent down 9 points. Probably looking for a good roll. Ooh, rolls a 2. It's not exactly what he wanted to see. I am intrigued to know that Trent kept 5 cards here and didn't block when he was like reliant on rolling scabs there. Because it feels like we could have just blocked with the swing big and another card. And then he could have just thrown the Command and Conquer anyway, which would have been pretty good. Oh, he should have swung Raiden before the Engulfing Light? Is that to draw blocks out from Trent so that he has a better chance of hitting with the Engulfing Light and stacking up more soul? Is that why you say that there, Ty? I mean, I do get that, Josh. It's definitely like one of those things, like learning what to look for is a big part of playing against decks. I completely agree with you. So our feature match last round was, 6 turns long, and it was just this like swing, crazy fast game. We're seeing a little bit more patience from our players here. I imagine they're probably having a spirited discussion about what they should block with. Ooh, he just gives up the bacon of victory, huh? I know it's beacon for everybody watching. I just like to say bacon. I think it's fun. Okay, it is. All right, so Vexing confirms in the chat that when Drew was looking to play 2 turns ago, he should have went Raiden, then the Engulfing Light or Engulfing Shore or whatever it's called. I think it's called Engulfing Light. Yep, Engulfing Light. To try to draw blocks out so that he'd have a chance to put his Engulfing Light into his soul here. V for Vanguard looking pretty good here. It was coming in for 5, but now it's coming in for 6. Off of the old Tunic here. He's going to have to give up. Drew's going to have to give up his soul to be able to give this go again. But Raiden's going to be for +2. Obviously, my chapstick's drying in a negative way. Raiden for 5 is pretty good. I mean, he's really pressuring Trent here. Like, really putting the pressure on Trent right here. Like, let's go, Scabby Boy, rolling a 3. All right, Trent's not rolling too hot today. Oh, Humble's pretty good. Humble is pretty good against him. I've been told that Humble is actually very good into Bolton. So, and it makes sense. Reading the text, turning off Bolton's hero ability makes a lot of sense that would be good into them. So, yeah, Fleshbag is like an insanely good card. Like, getting to intimidate defensively is like, there's so much value in that. Like, being able to use that card, like slowing down being able to slow down a V for Vanguard turn, or like even if you're able to slow down like a Lumina turn. I don't really know how you could do that without like a little bit of luck and foresight on blocking, but I'm honestly kind of surprised that Trent kept the Sand Sketch plan. So if he blocks, last turn he blocked with E-Strike and Barraging Beatdown. If he blocks with Sand Sketch plan, he can actually keep a yellow in his deck and still throw this here. I guess he was hoping to roll and be able to come in with Claw, and then Humble is probably what we're looking for, or maybe a card in his arsenal to really try and put the pressure on. Yeah, Fleshbag is insane, Josh. I completely agree. It's a very, very strong card. Very, very strong card. Yeah, I think if we try to do one of these tournaments in the future, I'll probably look at like having like a different scene setup so that we can, so that I can have like the round on there and the timer on there. I think that'll be a fun way to get it going here so that we can have that set up for next time. I really like that idea. If we set up to do another one of these, I'm sure we will. The thought of doing this has been very fun. I think everybody's had a lot of fun, like leading up to this testing, and just thinking about the different prizes they could pick up today are kind of cool as well. So Guys, also, if you're here hanging out today, I appreciate you guys hanging out here today. If you're watching on Twitch for the first time, I really appreciate you guys hitting that follow button. I'm almost at 300 followers on Twitch, so appreciate your support in that way if you wouldn't care to give me a follow. And on YouTube, we are almost at 1,000 subscribers. I say almost because I'm still like 150 some away, but we're getting ever closer every day. So if you guys are new to the channel, you want to support me for free, hit that subscribe button on YouTube. It really goes a long way in helping me out here. Dude, let's go. Who did we get? Who did we get from up your arsenal, Nick? Who did we get, man? I gotta know. Hey, thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Oh, dude, I'm so excited about the pre-release this weekend, Josh. Pre-release is gonna be awesome this weekend. So I completely agree with you, Vexing. Using Scowling Fleshbag at the right time separates players in such a big way, in my opinion. Like, separates players in a huge way. And I say that because as someone who uses Fleshbag very poorly when they play, I can tell that I need more practice with the card. I completely agree with you. Hey, Elock the Wizard, let's go. Elock's 2-0 right now. He won round 1, and then he actually got paired down, and the guy who paired down was a no-show. So he's actually 2-0 right now. Hey, I get it. It was last minute, man. Like, they had stuff to do. I completely understand. I appreciate you guys coming. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out in the chat, man. And I'm glad that Elot got to come play. That's really fun. That's very exciting. All right, and we're ending with a swing big here. So Trent's down 11. Swing big has a lot of value here. We did have to use Heart and Cross Trap to give it up here. Why is there a Valiant Thrust over here? So we're seeing Drew's cards over here in Trent's Spanish zone for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on. Coming out big time next tourney, dude. I love it, Nick. I love that, man. That'd be awesome. I'd love to have you guys. I was like, everybody that I got to meet. I know I got to play Dylan. It was like somebody. I think you were telling me last night I got to play Dylan. In Cincinnati, and I got to speak to one of the. I believe he was a Katsu player. Or maybe he was a 5 player. I think it was Katsu, but I remember we got to chat, and like everybody from your team was super nice, man. Like it was really fun to get to hang out with everybody, and like get to chat with the guys on your team. Everybody was super nice, man. I really enjoyed it. Okay, so this is Drew's second V for Vanguard here. And we've already seen one Beacon of Victory get blown up by the... Oh, what do we got here? Okay, so Trent gives 2 cards. Drew gives go again and then throws a Beaming Bravado. So I guess Trent has to weigh what are we blocking here versus what are we attacking with, because Drew's just going to give go again here, I think, and then he can throw Raiden for 5, which is actually insane. Man, Drew really putting on the pressure here. Talishard being Talishard? Yeah, I mean... Okay, Drew has done a really good job at amping up the pressure here and continuing to put on the pressure. Now, I really don't know a lot about this matchup from either side, if I'm being wholeheartedly honest. Based off the way the game is going, I would assume that Bolton is favored in some fashion. If there are Reinhardt players or if anybody's a big Bolton main in the chat and knows, I'd love to hear about it if anybody has thoughts or ideas here. Pushing 6 points here. I guess Drew's evaluating his hand. We got no blocks and no reactions. So Trent still has his best defensive piece in Scowling Fleshbag that he hasn't used. And we still have Gambler's Gloves at the ready. So we have some things that we could really do. I think somebody just dropped off a package. I just saw a shadow outside the front door. So we're either being stalked or Amazon is here. I think it's more likely that Amazon is here because, Carly orders lots of Amazon stuff. Lots of Amazon stuff.
Wow.
She said, wow, as she walked by for anybody who didn't hear. Okay. So we're giving Fleshbag here. He's going to put Lumina Ascension in. He's going to play Lumina Ascension with the Intimidate on the stack. So it's going to take all the tempo here, but he could block out if he wanted to.
I don't know what you heard. There's nothing out there.
It might have been you walking around. I thought I saw a shadow. Sorry, thanks for checking. Okay, so I think Bolton's favored in this matchup. Okay. No, that's just you. That's you stalking me, Robert. I'm just saying, man, it's a long way from Wisconsin down here. It's like a 12-hour drive, dude. So honestly, man, if you're here, you could have just knocked. We'd have let you in. Okay. Drew's at 9. Trent's at 8. Trent's out of equipment to block with, and he has a 5-card hand, activating the Warband of Bologna. Something tells me this is going to be Lumina at instant speed because of the Spirit of Arena, if I had to guess. I'm here in spirit. Well, Troll, we are glad you are here in spirit, brother. I mean, the Rhinar Intimidate is no joke. I do agree, Vexing. I do completely agree. Troll, I know you couldn't be here today, man, but I'm glad you're hanging out in the chat. I was like, even if it's just a little bit here, so I appreciate you coming by and hanging out, man. Oh, little sink below action. I'm curious to know if Trent should have waited till he played the Lumina here. Is Trent just dead? Trent might just be on the back foot here. Like, I mean, Trent's definitely on the back foot here, but like, yeah, I would have waited for it to resolve before we synced as well. Yep, he's going to snap this. He's going to get a card. And the Command and Conquer is going to finish the game off. Man, Drew putting on a clinic here with Bolton. Putting on a clinic with Bolton. An 8-turn game this time around, and an AVPT of 14.43 is not too bad over 8 turns here. I mean, it definitely could just be like a hard skill-based matchup. Like, we saw like a lot of back and forth there. It's also like, it's like a pretty interesting take here that like, I don't think Trent ever played a Blood Rush Bellow. I don't think we ever saw a BRB from Trent here. Like, we never really saw like what I would call an explosive turn from Rhinar there. So Drew just kind of like coming out on the upper hand here. Okay. Well, round 2, we're going to have more round 2 action coming at you here in like 2 minutes. I'm going to take a break. We're going to get some results put in. And when I come back, we'll have an interview with Drew and Trent and kind of talk about their matchup a little bit. And then we'll see if we have another game going. Thanks for hanging out, guys. All right, guys, short break, and we're back. We got Drew and Trent here to kind of break down their matchup for us and talk about what happened and where it went wrong for Trent anyway. Drew looked like he was in the driver's seat most of the game, just honestly. So, guys, walk us through it. What happened? Hit me with it.
I mean, I think honestly, like we've been playing this pretty much for like the past 3 days. It's just even if you look up the Talishar stats for it, Bolton has like a 60% win rate into Rhinar going first and second.
Oh wow, okay.
It's just it's like the same thing with the Bravo matchup. I just think Rhinar has such a hard time blocking out like my big turns and denying me go again. And like even when he does deny me go again, as long as I have a D react or something or an attack reaction to give a go again, and I always have Snapdragons.
Yep.
It's just I feel like it's a really hard matchup. I mean, Trent would have to talk about what it feels like being the Rhinar, but because I've never played it, so
sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. So Trent, walk us through the game from your side. Tell me about how the match went, like from your point of view here.
So this match, I feel like is a tough one for me to like have my in-between turns. So this one is really a match where I'm like, okay, I'm really pushing for that Blood Rush Bellow. As soon as I see it, I know I can kind of pull tempo back my way and then go from there. But I feel like from my standpoint, Bolton is in a similar spot where he's like, okay, my Lumina turns is when I can go a little extra and go a little harder.
Okay.
The main difference I see is that Bolton has a lot easier time being aggressive in between looking for Lumina. And I have a slower time where I'm like, okay, my deck is kind of built to give 2 cards, throw like a 6, and then maybe a swing big if I'm lucky. And it's a lot harder to hold that when I'm trying to also manage, okay, I'm giving 2 cards, but when can I give them and not give him the upper hand on that?
Right.
So like enabling his buff power or enabling something to have go again. And I feel like with this one, it was just tough because he got Spirit of Arena in, which let any Lumina he had to be coming in as an instant, and the same level as the like Rune Blades, who can flash in those non-attacks that do have go again on him.
Right.
He didn't need to worry about Soul as much going into those turns because he could just flash it in. I feel like with our practice that we've had, the first couple of games I would get smoked because I would just block super, super ineffectively. This game, I think it came down to who got luckier and who got their stuff first. I didn't see a single Blood Rush Bellow, and he saw all 3 of his Luminas and had the Arena.
Yeah.
It was just kind of how that one shook out.
So that was definitely like looking at it from, somebody who has, minimal Rhinar experience and somebody who has like literally 0 Bolton experience, like not even in draft. Like I understand how both decks work, but looking at it from the outside in, it really felt like Drew was just able to get ahead quicker, like without you having a BRB turn. And the other thing that I noticed is that like, Trent, like you rolled a 2, you rolled a 3, like, like don't get me wrong, like Brute definitely leans into the dice variant side of the game, but I felt like you weren't really getting any love from somebody in the chat said Talishar be doing Talishar things the second time you rolled a 3.
And those turns were turns that one, I either didn't have a ton of pitch in my hand, or so I was like trying to like, okay, I need to keep a full hand to throw a couple things to be aggressive enough. Because those hands I feel like were also hands coming off of the CNC and the Humble, which are both cards that demanded blocks from Drew. And those turns coming out of that, I was like, okay, he's going to have a weaker turn. I can hold some things and try to throw 2 big attacks if I can. And it just didn't work out. And then that gamble kind of just, it wasn't what lost me the game, because I feel like it was right if I rolled right. Because it would have put me ahead, if not closer to parity. But it just how that shook out.
So that was actually something I was talking about while the game was going on. I said, it's really neat that Trent made the decision to keep, to not block anything and then to roll. I said, because if he rolls a 2, it's really rough. I said, but I think the other side of that coin is Trent might just be saying, this is my chance. Like, I have to try and get back into the game right now, and I'm not going to do it just sitting here staring at somebody. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what happened.
Another another quick thing on that, like part of that too was, okay, my hands were all attacks. If I'm blocking with these attacks, I'm enabling him to go even further beyond on those maybe a little weaker turns. And I was kind of trying to stifle that where I could.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, I feel like all of your attacks really feed into Bolton's game plan.
Yes.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, if I throw, like, a Bolt of Courage or, you know, something that doesn't have Go Again inherently, I think sometimes you just have to let it hit and hope I don't have an attack reaction to give it Go Again. I think I didn't really think about it until he said it, that my in-between turns are outrageous compared to his in-between turns.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, absolutely 100% agree. I was like, your in-between turn was like 7, I think, when you threw the Beaming Bravado and the sword, the Raiden, that one turn. Like, and Trent, I think, ended up having to block out most of that turn.
Yeah, Raiden also gives him a big leg up where he just doesn't have to pay for something.
Yeah.
And another thing I think is, like, right now, that's kind of where that matchup lies, where it's really tough for me. But I think once agility is legal and once we have those new cards, it's going to be a lot easier to make it a little bit better because I can more consistently go with more than one attack.
Well, don't worry. In a couple months, you'll get a chance to back that talk up when we have another one of these. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Your time is coming. I know Drew is probably sweating over there a little bit.
No, we've had this conversation because I honestly think Reinar and Kea are going to be ridiculous whenever they can consistently set up agility turns and just have the automatic, like, roll 1 or roll a 2, and it's like, all right, cool. But I think once he can effectively race me, that's when the matchup becomes a lot harder.
I'll be interested to see how the matchup moves with heavy hitters coming out and how you guys feel about it in a month or two. You know, after we've done some more testing and after, you know, RTN season's coming on, I'll be really curious to see where everybody feels about that at that point in time.
For sure.
Well, cool.
Yeah, I also wonder if this is just kind of like me thinking about it. I wonder if brutes become a lot faster, if that kind of pushes combo out of the way. I wonder if you would prefer going Raiden over combo if brutes can just, like, consistently throw like 12, 14 power turns. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's very possible, like, where you need to, like, be pushing it as much as you can, and you need to be, like, trying to punish them. Because I mean, I think as Bolton, like, one of the, like, Bolton's hero ability gives you the ability to punish either new players or players who are not familiar with your game plan as much as someone else.
Yeah, I can absolutely attest to that because our early were super rough for me when we were playtesting.
Oh god, that's hilarious. Well, guys, thanks for answering some questions here. I appreciate it. We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna see if there's another game going on, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Woo-woo. Okay, guys, we had a short intermission. We're back. Round 3 feature match coming at you. We got Dromai versus Azalea. Let's go. Table 1, we're in the 2-0 bracket. I'm excited to see how this goes. I'm gonna be honest, I've played quite a bit of both Dromai and Azalea, so my natural thought is that, Dromai is favored into this matchup, but we'll see if we can get Eloc to swing some games here. I think it's gonna be okay. Wow, what a turn! Wow. What a turn to start off the game by Sam here. Absolutely insane. What a crazy start to this game here. Dude, so Sam, coming out of the gates, fire and strong, plays a tome, sets up a Yindarai, and throws a dominated Nourishing Emptiness. Absolutely crazy, dude. Let's go. Is Eloc's name Cole? I did not know that. Okay, all right, so Cole. We got Sam and Cole battling out right here. Man, this is a pretty good start from Sam right here, but I mean, in the 2-0 bracket, we can definitely afford to take a loss here if we do fall behind the Dromai, but we got a lot of game left. Man, a dragon, an arsenal, and 5 cards. Shoo! This is going to be quite a game. Also, by the way, while I was gone, let's go. Claudio Bobson, I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for subbing on YouTube. I saw the notification pop up. And Churro Skura, I hope I said that right as well. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you guys being here. There are a few questions we like to ask everybody when they follow. We like to ask, what's your name? What got you into Flesh and Blood? And what are your favorite hot dog toppings? Those are the 3 staple questions we ask everybody. I'd like to learn a little bit more about you. Really like to know the community and like to grow together as friends. Dude, all right. Codex of Blood Rot. Okay. So we Codex of Blood Rot to load in a Codex of Frailty to opt one? Man, looking like Cole might have a little bit of an awkward start here. I don't know. Finds a red on top. He put a card on top, puts red on top, and finds it. Okay, so, starting with red in the ledger is looking pretty good here. The only problem is that we don't have... Okay, so just coming in for 5 Dominate. This can be covered up pretty easily, either by a D-React here or by Furnace and a card from hand here. Dude, yeah. No, I agree, Robert. This was an absolutely, hot start here for our Dromai player here. Sam running hot here. Definitely a reason he's in the 2-0 bracket. Rolling hot today. That was a very hot start there. Hashtag raise your hand. That's hilarious, dude. I love that. That's hilarious. Yep, so we get a Dust Up from hand and a Flamescale Furnace. We got Snapdragon Scalers. Oh, do we have another Codex in hand? There is no way he has all 3 Codexes in his hand. Wow, he really did. He had all 3 Codexes to start the game. That is such a bad hand for... Dude, that you hate to see that, honestly, for Cole. That is heartbreaking. You hate to see that kind of stuff, man. What a slow way to start that game. Shoo! So we have Sam, who starts off with putting a dragon into play and then throws a Nourishing Emptiness. And then on the other side of the board, we have triple Codex. Man, that's a tough scene. Josh, I definitely think that Dromai's favored in this matchup, but Cole's 2-0, man. We're not going to count anybody out here. This could be the start to a great match here. Although Cole's hand wasn't great, he's definitely put together something by having 2 copies of Red in the Ledger to throw right there. Okay. Mirror Guy turning off any poppers. Okay. I honestly thought he would have led on the Mirror Guy there, but I guess he wants to push through more damage than he does anything else. I figured he would have went with the... I kind of thought that Sam would have pushed the Mirror Guy there to be able to guarantee that it can't be popped, but he probably just wanted to push damage there and not give Cole a chance to play any poppers here. Absolutely, Rick. Anything can happen. You are absolutely correct. 100%. Rake is very good into Azalea. I do agree. Bullseye Bracers is so good though. Like I honestly wonder if Bullseye Bracers like maybe should be played where like maybe we should be playing the Hornet Sting over Bullseye Bracers. But again, I say that as someone, you know, who isn't an Azalea main, who plays Azalea when they can. So we dealt a couple points there through the Blood Rot Pox token. Let's see what Cole can put together this turn. We're going to start with Trent here. He's also on Dreadbore, which is super spicy. Like, Death Dealer is just one of the better cards you can ever play, in my opinion. Like, it's one of the better weapons in the game. So playing Dreadbore here is super interesting. Like, Cole's definitely got some interesting choices here. And like he did say that he doesn't really play Azalea and he put this deck together just to have a good time. So I am actually pretty curious. He reloads an arrow. Oh no, he doesn't have to reload an arrow. He reloads Death Touch and throws Death Touch at Sam here. This is an interesting choice here because depending on what, you know, Sam has in his hand, I was like, we'll see what he gives up here. Gives an Uvia and an E-Strike, okay? He's probably looking to try and add as many dragons to the board as he can here to like really push the tempo. Okay. I actually really like the play of playing Billowing Mirage here over playing the Chrome Eye. That's actually a really sweet play because it's 3 physical and then it allows you to throw the Ashwing and then also the Yendera if you want. Cole deciding here if he wants to block with a card from the Billowing Mirage or not. If he has a popper here, and I imagine he's probably on, you know, if I imagine he's probably on 6, maybe 9 poppers if I had to guess. He could be on a little bit more. You know, it's tough to tell. I think a lot of Azalea lists are probably like the Death Touch is one I wasn't expecting. I was expecting Battering Bolt, and I was expecting Battering Bolt and Command and Conquer were the 2 that I was like truly expecting here. Okay, 3 more with Go again. Sam has done a very good job at blocking efficiently to this point and trying to like add dragons and play to the board how he can. And I honestly think that's a really good way to play because, you know, Dromai is very good at being able to snowball the turns and really continue to like, you know, just run away with the game over the course of 3 or 4 turns if enough dragons go unchecked here. So we're starting off with an opt from the cross rep here. Let's move my mouse cursor out of the way. I don't like that being in the middle of the screen. So we're starting off with a little opting action. We put a card on the bottom of the deck. Activate Azalea. Activates Azalea in the dark. Interesting. I wonder if he had no choice there, maybe? I'm curious to know where that decision point came from. If he doesn't have another pump or a Rain Razors in his hand, then like we're probably just looking at throw, bolt, and shot and pass. Because we don't really have like any options. Our Snapdragons is gone. Like, we're just trying to apply pressure where we can. Cole really thinking this one out here. Yeah, Cole's really having a tank here, which I get, you know, like these few turns like really can swing the game one way or another. So it's important to make sure that you're always making those decisions. It is important to note that he could not trench this away here because this is a face down card and Azalea flips a card face up. So this is 3 dominate. This play makes me think like there's 2 options here. Cole's hand here is either just not good or he has the Rain Razors to try and get Go again here. So I'm curious to know. Sauerkraut and mustard. I like that. I kind of like those hot dog toppings. I'm not a sauerkraut fan personally, but I'm sorry. Whoa. Was that a Razor Reflex? All right, well, Cole wins most interesting card I didn't see coming. Did not see that coming in any way. He reloads and passes. So we Razored to kill the Yendera, and then Arsenal passed after reloading with 2 resources floating. That's really interesting. Well, Chris, man, thank you for following. I appreciate you being here, man. The second question was, how did you get into Flesh and Blood? Like, what got you into Flesh and Blood? All right, so Mirror Guy and then Thermi here, not being able to play things on their turn. Don't think that's really going to be a problem for Cole here, but dude, Cole with the Razor. I have to say, we're definitely going to get some insight on the Razor. I was not ready for that. Like, is that, a spicy one of? Are we on 3 Razors? Like, is Cole just, like, trying to get in there? Like, this is a super interesting list, and I'm really curious to see how this shakes out here. When Runeblade mains shoot arrows, you may have to just take it up your arsenal. That's hilarious. Oh, man, what a great play on, like, the team name as well. That's fantastic. Okay, so Codex of Bloodrot, man, an Ashwing, a Mirror Guy, and a Thermi. God, this gets out of hand so quickly for Dormai. Dormai also not punished in any way by having to reload anything because she already had an Arsenal card there. So getting to keep her full 5 grip here. So he activates Azalea without opting. Pays for the aim counter off of Crow's Nest, I believe is what we went with there. I believe that's, aim counter. That's what that is. That's kind of cool there. So the real question I think we have to be asking ourselves is this another Razor Reflex? Or are we just killing a dragon? Okay. Okay, so no reactions there. We're just going to look at our Ponder and Pass here. Just trying to deal some damage, which, I understand. You can't spend the entire game killing dragons. You'll never win the game if you're not playing offense in some fashion here. This makes me think that this is a little Snapdragon Scalers action coming up after this. Leading on a Dust Up, I highly doubt that. I mean, this might be a turn where it was like, yep, I have to play this to start the turn here. I'm not sure. Dust Up also, like, really bad for Cole here. Like, if it hits, like, this can do a lot of damage here. Those Ashwings really add up over time. 3 go again. So he led on the Dust Up to be able to get his Flame Call Awakening trigger. Attacks with the Mirror Guy, 2. No Phantasm. And then 1 with Phantasm. 1 more with Phantasm. And I imagine we're going to come in with the Thermi as well. Like, man, this is... Shoo! And the Command and Conquer. Oh my gosh, dude. Sam is rolling hot, brother. Sam is rolling hot today. This is absolutely crazy. Sam has had really good hands, set up really well. Like, and this is already what I would call a Dromai favored matchup here. So it really feels like Sam is starting to run away with this one here. I'm curious to see if Cole decides to give 2 cards here, or if he's going to just take 6, go to 5, and think, you know what, my 4-card hand is better than my arsenal. Also a consideration of life total at this point in time. It is worth noting that Sam is going to go to 32 after this. That's only 5, unfortunately, because of the pump. The pump's only blocked for 2 here. Razor is what we used before Rain Racers was a thing. I mean... that makes sense. I have not seen anybody play play Razor Reflex in Azalea. That's I have to say this is a first for me. Like, it's always kind of like Razor Reflex, I don't know, like, has always seemed like an interesting card. Like, playing Razor on Snatch is like probably its best use in my opinion, but all right, so we've passed and passed here. Okay, they were debating on what to take back. I don't think that Cole realized he was only blocking for 5, and so he requested to take back that he could be able to block for 7, which I think makes sense. Like, we're having everybody play and request undo CC because, like, sometimes new information is exchanged, but no information had been exchanged there, so I think it makes sense for them to be able to take that one back and kind of roll the clock back to make a better decision there and a better play. Also, like, I mean, Sam's just up like 21 points. He's probably just okay with somebody taking it back at this point in time. I'm curious to see what Cole was protecting. If he was actually protecting something... Okay, it was a red in the ledger. I didn't know if it was more about protecting life total at that point in time, or if the card in his arsenal was actually a powerhouse card that he wanted to protect. So we're opting right now. Okay, so Cole puts a card on top of the deck. In moments like this, I really wonder if they're just like bantering or if like there's actually something happening in the game state that they're like trying to correct or figure out in some way. I'm always curious to like, you know what's actually happening in these moments and like what's going on. There is quite a bit of tank happening right here. Like there's quite a bit of like tanking happening at this moment in time. We still have all of our matches going on to this point. Nobody has finished their match yet, or if they have, they haven't said anything about it, so everybody's still just kind of hanging out in this point, playing their games. So he activates Azalea after leaving it on top and puts in Spire Sniping. Interesting. That turn was nasty. Oh yeah, dude. That's honestly, Nick, that's the second like kind of crazy turn that Sam has had so far this game. Like Sam has been rolling hot in a matchup where he probably doesn't need to roll that hot to win, but like he has had some really good draws. Throwing Spire Sniping at an Ashwing, okay? And then Sam's going to lead on Billowing Mirage. Chooses to make another Ashwing, which I think makes sense. I'm curious to know if Cole does have a popper here, because I imagine he's on 6 or 9. If we're going to look at trying to pop something like the Mirror guy here. He did throw an Ashwing with no Phantasm here, overthrowing like the Thermi or the Mirror guy here first, which is kind of interesting. That is a like really interesting decision point. I wonder if Sam maybe wasn't thinking about it, or maybe like that was what he wanted to do. Okay, so we're now down to 4, and at this point, Cole has to give blocks, or he is like literally just dead. The good news is that there is no Snapdragons here, so there is no go again after this. I mean, he can take 2. Okay, so he's going to give up Trench and Skullbone here. Probably going to pitch a card to Dreadbore here, and then kill a dragon, I imagine, has got to be the play here. Yeah, the board state is very out there. No, I mean, Nick, I completely agree. Like, when Dromai rolls this hot in a matchup like this, I think you are just very much in the spot of, like, do what you can. Unfortunately, sometimes games do get out of hand like this. Dromai is one of those heroes that allows the game state to really get out of hand at certain points in time. So, like, I completely understand that. I definitely don't think that like this is necessarily like Cole made any like bad decisions, or Cole like really, like just misplayed and it cost him the game. Like, Sam has been rolling hot this whole game here. So, yo, Slip, welcome back, brother. Welcome back, man. We work in 16s today, Slip. Or no, you said you were out for family stuff or something like that, I think is what you said. All right. And now we're going to start giving cards here. Yeah. This is honestly this has pretty much just been a clinic by Dromai. And again, this is in no way, I don't think that Cole could have done anything to change the outcome of this game. So, I really don't know how we could have changed the outcome of that game here. And then let's play another Burn Them All for good measure here, I guess. Man, that was an 8-turn game, and honestly, it was kind of a shellacking there by the Dromai. I mean, again, Sam started out with an insanely hot start there. Sam started out rolling hot there, with the tome into the, Nourishing Emptiness on turn 0. And then he had that turn where he added 2 dragons to the board and was able to play Commanding, or I'm sorry, it was Dust Up into Make an Ashwing, into Flame Call Awakening, attack with 4 dragons, or 2 Ashwings, a Mirror Guy, a Thermai, and then attack with the Command and Conquer afterwards was absolutely insane. Just a really good turn. Just really good turns by the Dromai game there. Not really much else to say about that, I think. The Razor Reflex was really spicy. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to take a 2-minute break here. We're going to see if we can get Sam and Cole on the line, and we're going to try and get an interview with them here and get them talking a little bit and see if they can tell us a little bit about their deck decisions and their matchup there. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. We'll be back in just a minute. Okay, guys, a much shorter break than I anticipated here. We got Sam and Cole. Cole, right?
Yes.
Okay, I had one of your buddies was saying your name in the chat, so I was like, I kind of stole your name. I hope that's okay.
Totally.
So we got Sam and Cole here a lot faster than I thought we would. Guys, we watched that game and. From the outside looking in, as somebody who's played a little bit of Azalea and a little bit of Dromai, I have what I would call a decent understanding of the decks. And, Sam, it felt like your first turn was just absolutely insane.
Oh,
adding a dragon to the board off the tome and being able to play the Nourishing Emptiness, it just, do you feel like that turn kind of set the tone for the whole game?
It really did, because then he came back with the Dominated Red in the Ledger and unfortunately didn't have a pump, and then was able to give it go again with the snaps and then fire it again.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason I was able to block all of that out and then add another dragon to the board, continue to pump through, is because I had the 5-card hand from Nourishing. So
yeah, you had 5 cards and an arsenal, which was crazy. And Cole, did I see it correctly? Did you have all 3 Codex of Frailties in your first hand?
I not only did I had all 3 Codex of Frailties and a Codex of Blood Rot.
Yes, man.
So
it was it felt like I was watching Mike Tyson fight a high schooler. It felt like we went from this insane Dromai turn, and then we went to I literally was sitting there and I was like, was that the 3rd Codex of Frailty? I was like, did he just play the 3rd Codex of Frailty? And don't get me wrong, being able to throw 2 red ledgers is nothing to scoff at, but comparatively, not a great turn. One thing I want to ask you about, Cole, and if you get a chance, you should go back and watch the stream here, man, because there was a moment where I lost my mind. Tell me about the decision to play Razor Reflex, because I was talking to chat and it caught my eye and I went, oh my God, was that a Razor Reflex? And that was a whole thing. So tell me about this card. Why did you bring Razor Reflex today?
Bring Razor Reflex. So I full disclosure, I do not play Azalea on a regular basis at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
I picked her up. I think is like I started to build her as my first CC deck, and then I hard pivoted into Viserai.
Okay.
But Razor Reflex is one of those things. It's like if you wanted to make a little bit of a wider Azalea, I feel like having just a 3 of the reds, all of your arrows are 1, right? And a lot of times, at least in a more traditional Azalea list, which that list is not a traditional Azalea list, but in a more traditional Azalea list, I think you could potentially get some value out of having, hey, let's throw out a dominated arrow for, I don't know, say 5 or 8 or something like that. Throw a Razor Reflex on top of it, and then you can. I feel like it's kind of a sneaky way to throw in like an extra on hit that they're not expecting. You know?
Sure, absolutely. So, and you don't have to disclose this because there are more rounds to come after this. But is this a 1 of or is this a 3 of?
It is. I've got 3 in this. I've got 3 in this list.
Oh man, that's so fantastic. And you know, after you played the Razor, you know, a couple turns after your first turn, I kind of like my thought process was like, man, imagine how different the game could have been if you have Razor to play with one of the, like with the red in the ledger, like on the first turn of the game. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, sit and say that like you win the game or anything, because you know I mean, man, just being honest, like that felt like a Dromai clinic watching that. Like, I was like, man, I know this matchup's a little unfavored, but I was like, gosh, like this is just Dromai's just running hot right now. You know, but like being able to Razor the red in the ledger, you know, I mean that gives you a lot of opportunity to get a lot of tempo back. Maybe kill a dragon and, you know, like throw 5 or 8 points at somebody, like, especially if you don't have to use snaps on turns, you know, on your first turn of the game, like just can change the whole game there. So. Well, guys, I appreciate the match. I appreciate you guys coming on and, you know, talking a little bit and telling me a little bit about, you know, some of the decision points and, you know, just what was going through your head there. And good luck in the rest of the tournament, boys.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We'll be right back with some more round 3 action here in just a couple minutes. All right, guys, we got a short break. Round 3's all locked up. We are looking at a win and in match right here for round number 4. We got Zach versus Trent. This is a win and in. We have one table that is locked for sure, and we think 2 more tables are locked. So everybody had a little bit of extra time this afternoon, so we decided to do a cut to top 8. There's only 13 of us, but everybody wanted to play some more games, so we thought, why not? Let's cut the top 8. Let's play out top 8. So we're going to be doing a top 8 cut today since we're a little bit ahead of schedule. And by a little bit, I mean like an hour and a half. So we're rolling right along. We're waiting on these guys to get started here. It looks like Trent's going first. So Trent's going to roll a 4-ski here to start the game out here. And we're going to start off with a claw. I like that. Starting off with the claw here. Zach's going to do everything he can to try and lead up life total a little bit. It's also worth noting that Zach is starting with 68 cards in deck, and Trent only has Trent only has 60. Yo, Max, what's up, dude? How are you, brother? You doing okay today, man? All right, into a CNC where Zach decides to take 6. That is a really interesting decision and tells me that he must have something really good in his hand here if he's deciding to take 6. That is like taking 6 on turn 0 is like very aggressive here. Okay, so we pitch in an E-Strike and a Sink Below to come in with Red in the Ledger for 8 here. Death Dealer gives us the extra card, so we'll be able to Arsenal 1 here. I'm kind of intrigued that Trent decided to throw the CNC here on turn 0 instead of like maybe arsenaling it. I'm going to assume he had a power card like Blood Rush, maybe an Alpha Rampage, like a pretty good power card here to hang on to, I assume is what we're going for. If he does have a Blood Rush, Zach's Red in the Ledger is really looking to like gum up that ability to like be able to throw, to be able to like use Blood Rush and really make good value out of it here. So really waiting to look like Azalea just doing disruptive things here. It's just really good. Oh, it was a Sink Below that we decided to Arsenal, so that also makes sense. 2 cards and the Sink Below here to cover that up, which I think is kind of interesting. Oh, and he passes. Okay, so he gave up the extra card there so that he could Arsenal the card he wanted. Another Red in the Ledger here from Zach, though. Man, like just arsenaling a Red in the Ledger, like absolutely crazy. Zach's really trying to put the pressure on as fast as he can here, really looking to like push the tempo and put this game behind him as fast as possible here. Double Red in the Ledger looking really good. It is worth noting that like we are so early on in the game that this flesh bag has not been used yet. With 2 cards in hand, this kind of tells me that we're looking into Snapdragon Scalers right here. You could probably talk me into like using the flesh bag here, honestly, but it's really tough. Like, if you give 2 cards in flesh bag here, you can like kind of shut down whatever he's doing after this, but then you have to worry about it next turn. Trent might just be content here with taking 2, honestly. Like, if we're just looking at taking 2, like, Trent probably does... Oh, another Sink Below. Okay. Yep. So, Zach used snaps there. We cover this up, and we have 1 card in hand and 1 in Arsenal for Trent. 2 cards in hand for Zach. Death Dealer to load in Infecting Shot. And then we're going to pitch Deadeye to come in with Infecting Shot here. So we're just trying to keep the pressure here, keep the tempo up. We push through 5 points of damage and give Trent a Pox token here. Okay, using Tunic and a Reinforce the Line here to play Swing Big. He's also playing Reinforce the Line into Azalea, which is really interesting. I think that's going to, make Zach think just a little bit here about how he wants to play out the rest of the game here. Lace with Frailty and Fate Foreseen. And Zach opts a card to the top. And then he gives another Fate Foreseen. Wonder why he gave both Fate Foreseens and a Lace with Frailty. I assume Zach's going to give us just a little bit of info here on what's going on, because I don't really understand the thought process for that line of play. Even if he has a Codex, he could have played the Pump there. Okay, so he codexes, discards his last card. Why would we not have played the late Codex of Frailty? Or the Lace with Frailty there? I really have a couple of questions there about Zach's line in general. This was an interesting decision point here. Like, I'm curious to ask Zach after this about why he picked what he picked right there, because I don't understand why we didn't play either of the Lace with Frailties there. Yeah, Max, it's kind of my face as well, buddy. It's an interesting decision point. I wonder if we'll see 2 cards from Zach, or if he deems going to 28 is better to be able to keep his 4-card hand. Command & Conquer has been a staple of Flesh and Blood literally since I started playing. I started playing in February of 2022, and it has been a staple ever since. This was the first like truly expensive card I ever bought when I got into the game. I bought Command & Conquers, and I bought Art of Wars to play Chain with when I got into the game. And if you guys have been playing for a while, you know Chain does some pretty dumb stuff. I apologize. Zach's actually going to 29, not 28 here because of the Frailty token that Trent had. So we're seeing some trading back and forth here. We're seeing some like real back and forth gameplay here where like people like they're just kind of trading their big swinging blows here. So Zach pitches Codex of Frailty to activate Death Dealer to load in Remorseless. And now we're looking at making some decisions here. Lace with Blood Rot. And Remorseless for 8. Makes me wonder if Zach's stuck with like 2 arrows in hand, maybe? So, Justin, so that was Cole last round who said he doesn't normally play Azalea. This is Zach. He plays Azalea like he started playing Azalea about a couple months ago, so I mean he's pretty familiar with Azalea. At least from like my understanding of it. So I think he's pretty familiar, but it's very possible that, he thought maybe he had to have a card in hand for Codex. It is something that could have happened. I mean, when you're playing matches over the course of a few hours, it's tough sometimes to know, it's easy to forget certain things over the course of tournaments and weekends. So Warmonger's Diplomacy here, really looking to put a damper on Zach's plan. And then Trent chooses to pitch his 2 cards instead of taking the 2 damage to Arsenal something there. Oh, excuse me. All right, we're starting off with 5 go again. 5 from the E-Strike from the Arsenal here to play around Warmonger's Diplomacy. Very good. It's a very good line of play for Zach to have right here to play around the Warmongers. Wow, and a Ravenous Rabble. Man, what a turn for Zach to have Ravenous Rabble and E-Strike to play around the Warmongers. Absolutely insane here. Crazy. And he comes in for 4. Trent decides to go to 20. And now Trent has 3 cards in his hand and a Tunic counter at his disposal. This is going to be E-Strike for 7. Yep. So, throws E-Strike for 7 here, and he's going to look to Arsenal. We have yet to see Trent really have an explosive draw today. Like, Trent hasn't really, in the games we've seen Trent playing today, he hasn't done anything with Blood Rush yet. I don't know how his other rounds have been going. I know that Trent is 1-2, looking to get a win in here for this round, so... All right, so Trent's down 2 points. He still has all of his equipment block left, and we have our Tunic counter available. It is worth noting that Zach has 5 cards coming into this hand, 4 in his hand and 1 card in his arsenal. So Zach's probably looking to play a bit of offense himself here this turn. The blue Spire sniping is probably not what he wanted to see here, but He did arsenal it. I mean, he probably intentionally arsenaled it to set up the Skullbone cross-wrap trigger and to see what 2 cards were on top. Read the glide path. Oh, excuse me. So he plays read the glide path to opt a card to the top of his deck. So he wants to sleep dart on top of his deck for next turn. I assume we're setting up. Rabble hits for 4. Endless Arrow comes in for 7. Dominate. Trent's going to give a card. I'm curious to see if he has a defense reaction in his arsenal here. Gonna block 7. Plays 1 Rainy Boy. All right, so Trent's down 8 points with 3 card and an arsenal here. Yeah, Rick, this is a good game. This is shaping up to be a very good game so far. There's a lot of back and forth here. Man, Trent cannot buy a roll today. I haven't, he rolled a 4 on the very first turn of the game, but, I have yet to see Trent have a good roll outside of that, at all today. I mean, swing big for 10 is pretty good here. If Zach blocks with 2 cards, it does push it back down to 8, so it is worth noting. Barraging Beatdown here, giving us 2 extra points that can be taken away. Barraging Beatdown is a really good card design, in my opinion. It gives conditional buff, which is, a really good way. It's a really good way to play the game, in my opinion. Trent down 6. Zach only on a 2-card hand in an arsenal here, so looking to see what he can throw together. E-Strike Go Again into Endless Arrow is pretty good here. I mean, it's a 9-card 3-point hand. Or it's a 9.3 card hand. Good lord. 9 cards and 3 points? That'd be a terrible hand, guys. Alright, we get a block from Trent. He goes to 12. I imagine on the Endless Arrow, Trent's going to give a card and scabs. No, he's going to give 2 cards from hand. Interesting. Okay. So he gives 2 cards and then play Warmonger's Diplomacy, really hoping to, stunt one of Zach's turns here. Maybe we get lucky. Maybe, Trent gets lucky here and, Zach doesn't, have a way to play around it. It's just the 1 arrow he can throw here. Okay, so Trent blocks 3 pretty quickly there, telling me that his hand's probably not great. His hand's probably not doing anything super impressive here, if that's the case. Okay, so Zach has no play around tech here. So we're just looking at a pack hunt here. Really want to know what Trent has in his hand. This would be a time when knowing what Trent had in his hand would, really give us some more information here. Zach blocks. Okay. Trent arsenals and passes here. So Zach chose to block with 2 cards instead of just playing the Fate Foreseen. I guess he really was valuing the opt off of Skullbone Crosswrap there. Seek and destroy, Spire Sniping for 9, Dominate. Man, it's a pretty good blue Spire Sniping there. I mean, not likely Trent's going to be able to cover this up completely here. I mean, even if he has a D-React, he'd have to have a D-React from hand and a D-React from Arsenal plus the Scab Skins here. He could have 8 if he had a card from hand, a Reinforced Line, and the Scabs. Okay. So he is going to take 2 here. Fall down to 10, and we have double Seek and Destroy active. Okay, we're looking at a Blood Rush turn. We've finally seen Trent play the staple card of Brute here, playing Blood Rush Bellows for the first time here today. Excuse me. Ooh. And that's Blood Rush Bellow, not Bellows. This is my apologies there on the mispronunciation. So we have Claw. Are we rolling here, Trent? Using Tunic and Command and Conquer to come in with Mandible Claw for 5. And then we're going to Arsenal and pass. I mean, oh, wow. So he actually gets... Oh, no. But the second... Did he just Beast Within into a Beast Within to discard? Oh, my gosh. Trent's deck is willing him back to life here to try and do everything he can to keep a card. Now, Trent is down to 6. We had a Pummel and a Sand Sketch plan. Wow. Wow. Trent on yellow Pummel, though. That's kind of spicy. I like the resources from the yellow Pummel, but I also like the ability to be able to, like, pump something up. Zach's only working with a 2-card hand here. He has 2 cards banished face down for some reason. I don't understand why he doesn't have those cards back. Uh-oh. It looks like they're also realizing what's happening here, and they're trying to solve this issue. Wait a second. Hang on, I know what's happening. You guys trying to figure out the issue here?
Yeah, what happened?
So, Intimidate says until the end of the turn. You were in his instep when he Beast Within twice and intimidated 2 cards.
Oh, shoot!
I have never seen this before in my
I
life.
discarded Beast Within twice.
I have
at
never...
the start of the end phase.
At your end phase, which means you technically don't get your cards back, Zach, until the end of your next turn.
Dude,
I have never seen this ever.
That might save
me crazy.
the entire game.
I literally was watching and I was like, why does Zach have 2 cards face down? And then it just hit me what happened.
And
that's crazy.
The craziest
That's
thing
cool,
too, I saved the Beast Within and discarded it to the first trigger of that one.
Seek and Destroy.
Yeah, and then the second Seek and Destroy trigger, I drew into another Beast Within. Discarded that.
I was losing my mind on camera watching it happen. And on top of that, it took 2 cards for Zach's turn. That is, I have never seen that happen ever.
That's
crazy.
What?
Yeah.
I'm so glad this was the feature match. Thank God I caught this.
Whoa.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to go back to the broadcasting channel. I saw this, and I wanted to tell you guys that I realized what was happening.
That helped us a lot, I think.
Absolutely. We were so confused.
So, to my knowledge of card games, this is an accurate game state.
That makes sense.
Gosh, yeah, it does.
Anyway, I'll let you guys get back to it.
No, thank you. We needed that. That's crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so you guys just got to see live what just happened. What a crazy play. I am so thankful that was live on camera. I would never believe it happened if I didn't see it happen with my own 2 eyes. Okay, so Noel goes to... Or I'm sorry, I saw Noel's name in the chat. Trent goes to 2. And keeps the Blood Rush Bellow. Jesus. This has been one of the craziest games I've ever seen. Trent might crawl back into this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is wild. Oh, Sam got you? Was actually such a good game? Oh, dude, I can't wait to hear about this. I'm sorry, did we just go claw into Swing Big for 10? Wow. Block 4, take 6, go to 3. Stay out of 1 reckless swing range, and you have 1 card in hand. This game has been so good. Drew, if you did not see what happened, I cannot wait to tell you about what happened here in a minute. Okay, so 7. So, man, that's a good 2-card hand from Zach. If I was like, man, if he doesn't have another card, like another D-React here, he's going to be forced to throw the Beast Within here. Well, you're going to get at least 2 cards from Zach here as well. Man, what a trading game this has been. Jeez. I am, man, like getting to commentate these games and see all of this happen, this has been awesome. Okay, D-React inbound here. D-React inbound. The crazy part about this game is that Zach is slowly on his way to fatiguing Trent. I wonder if that's something Trent's thinking about. Man, this is a tough decision. One rainy boy here could end the game. Okay, so it's not Rain Razors. During your action phase. It does say during your action phase. Oh my god! Hey, oh my gosh, Lillian, hang on, we're gonna come back to this. Did Trent win this game? Wow. Double Rain Razors cost Zach the game. Okay, so Lillian makes a good point. It says Reinar only intimidates. You are correct. You are absolutely correct. Whenever you discard a card with 6 or more during your action phase. So when we get to the end phase, is it technically not your action phase anymore? Like, are we technically not in the action phase anymore? Is that how that works? Does anybody know? I honestly don't know how that works. And if that is the case, then it means that Talishar is just coded to intimidate anytime it's their turn, instead of during their action phase specifically. Good catch. Good catch. Lillian. I see you hanging out in Scowling's chat all the time. Dude, I love watching him stream. Man, what just... We're gonna... Alright. Man, that was a crazy ending to a game. That was an absolutely wild ending to that game. Like, what a crazy ending there. Wow. Jeez. Dude, Lillian, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. There are 3 questions we ask everybody. What's your name? Which I think is kind of on the nose because it's in your name, but it could be something different. What got you into Flesh and Blood? And what are your favorite hot dog toppings? Those are the 3 questions we ask everybody. All right. We're going to take like a short break here. I'm going to see if we can get Zach and Trent in here. We're going to discuss the controversy that just happened over that play. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to get some thoughts on their game here. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, guys, we took a short break. I've got Zach and Trent here. We're going to talk about this play that just happened during the game. We're going to talk about their game a little bit. So, but before we talk about the game, walk me through that whole turn. what was happening live in the chat with you guys during that turn cycle when you guys couldn't figure out why Zach's cards were gone?
We were just
Go ahead.
confused. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say we were just confused. We were just like, why does he not have 2 cards? And the whole play, even before that, of like me holding the then discarding it to the seek and destroy trigger, and then that whole cycle.
Yep.
Also, kind of like a whoa, what's going on sort of moment, and Zach was like, oh, that's nice. So he was gonna say nice on the first discard, and then the second one triggered, and I was like, oh crap, I'm not gonna keep this card anymore. And then it was another beast, and then I discarded that one.
Man, that is like. Sorry, go ahead.
And then I was gonna say I drew the last beast with him, so I arsenaled the last beast with him.
That was such a wild turn cycle to watch. So like literally on. Okay, here we go. Noel's confirming here. Rhinar shouldn't intend during the end phase. Definitely unintended with Talishar. Okay, so we haven't confirmed that that's not how it was supposed to go down. But we can't fix the rules of Talishar. Like we can't change how Talishar is coded, and we can't really change the outcome of that game. So
can't give him the cards back.
Like we can't rewind that situation, unfortunately. But that was like such a wild play. Now, like even though it's worded even though it's coded wrong, that is like such a wild play to think about. Like you still getting to arsenal a card through double Beast Within. Because at first, I was like, why does Zach not have his whole hand? And then when it hit me, the whole Rhinar Intimidate thing in the end step, I was like, wow, that's absolutely crazy. So, aside from that one turn that was kind of like nuts, let's talk about your game a little bit, Zach, tell me a little bit about what it's like to play into Rhinar from the Azalea standpoint.
I think you just have to disregard blocking for the first quarter of the game and just try and give as many on hits as you can, honestly. There's so much Intimidate that you're never going to be able to block with the cards that you want to block with.
Sure.
So you just kind of have to mid-range when you can, if you get to keep a card you want to block with, and if you can't, you just have to ignore blocking.
So I noticed that, the first couple of turns you got to throw a couple of red in the ledgers, which was pretty good because Rhinar likes to, play Blood Rush and, have like some turns. But the first few turns, even though like, you guys were kind of like trading turns a little bit, it was, you both played some D-Reacts and I saw you pitch some D-Reacts. How was there ever a turn when you thought, man, I really can't pitch this D-React here? Like I need to arsenal it and set up for the next turn? Or were you just always trying to play offense in the first 3 to 4 turns of the game?
I think I'm most of the time trying to play offense. Arsenaling a D-React is not as good as it can be all the time because if you have to use the D-React, you don't get the cross-wrap opt on your offensive turn. So not always are you wanting to arsenal the D-React, and if it has a chance of getting intimidated in those early turns, it's useless anyways. So just pitching it away for a later time where you want to arsenal it to save life just is what I tend to do.
Okay, gotcha. So, Trent, walk me through what it's like from the Rhinar point of view, because I noticed that you had Sink Belows and Reinforced Line in for this matchup.
Yeah. So I'm definitely scared of the Dominate stuff for damage purposes. Like my deck is built pretty well to block with multiple cards and then swing like a 2 for 6 and 2 for 8, like I talked about before. Trying to throw those is really like against Azalea and against Bravo and against decks that really rely on Dominate. That's kind of what I use. This matchup, they kind of hosed me on a lot of different turns. Like there were several, there was a hand I drew up that was 3 blue non-attacks and a reinforce, and I couldn't do anything about it. There was some other turns and draws that kind of fell along lines like that, where it just was really, really poor timing, and stuff that it was just I wasn't getting the value I needed to.
Sure.
And for arrows like Reinforce the Line, I'm not as worried because to be like my game plan isn't built around that. Especially early, but this was another case where I was like really, really digging for that. For my Blood Rush Bellow, and Sink Below really helps for that plan. Reinforced Line is good because I have a lot of attacks. I should have a lot of attacks usually, and it helps get around that Dominate. So some of that tech is really just if I can keep it and kind of move it around, it's really helpful. And then also like a Warmongers, but. To Zach's credit, Zach had a really, really good play against the first Warmongers I played against him.
I was talking about that. So there were 2 Warmonger's turns throughout the course of the game. And the first one was Zach went E-Strike for 5 from Arsenal, go again. Ravenous Rabble into Bolt and Shot. And still Arsenal a card.
Yeah.
Which was really good. Because I was like, wow. I was like, Trent blocked and played his Warmongers, and then, like Zach was still able to throw, like 13 points right there. It was like, what a really good turn cycle through a Warmongers. And the second Warmongers, was Bolt and Shot for 3 pass. So it was like, that was really felt like one of the big tempo swings of the game was that second Warmonger's diplomacy.
For sure.
And there was a turn at the end of the game where you had block 6 on an infecting shot and Zach had a card in hand. Was there, when you were at 2, was there any consideration to playing around Rain Razors? Or do you feel like at this point in the game, you're probably at a spot where you're like, you know what, I can't beat Rain Razors here. I just need to block and, hope my cards line up the way I need them to.
Yeah, that definitely was the mindset there. I was thinking about it when I blocked with him, and I was thinking he just had to have it. And because if he didn't have it, then I could stay in the game and keep putting on pressure the way I did. Yep. But if he didn't, I was just kind of hosed.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, guys, it was a great game. I really enjoyed watching it, even if the conclusion came about in a non-correct way. It was a really good game, and I appreciate you guys hopping on for a little interview here.
Absolutely.
For sure. And living in a world where that was the interaction for a couple minutes was crazy. So
I have to say it was pretty wild to get to witness it.
Blown that could happen.
I'm very glad that I recognized what was happening and I was able to walk you guys through it. Now, even though I was wrong, it's good to know.
Otherwise, everyone is just watching a dead stream and we don't know what's going on. We don't know what to do about it.
No, absolutely. So that's why I wanted to jump over and correct that. So, all right, guys. I'm sorry. Zach, go ahead.
We about had to delete your stream because I thought we had broke Reinar.
Everybody's like, okay, get in here. Reinar's the pick, boys. That's all we're doing. All right. Well, guys, we're going to take a couple-minute break here. We'll see if there's another round 4 match coming, and then if not, we'll get our top 8 cut, and we'll get top 8 underway. Thanks for hanging out today, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, guys, round 4 is in the books. We got everybody in the table chat right now. So if you guys hear people in the background, that's everybody playing today. I wanted to read out the final standings here before we cut the top 8, just so everybody could know what's going on as we move into top 8. We're going to read out standings. We're going to talk about the matchups here for just a second, and then we're going to I'm going to be a short break. We're going to find our first top 8 match that you guys want to see, and then we'll go from there. So. Looking at standings, in first place at 4-0, we have Sam playing Dromai.
Let's go! Let's go!
Hell yeah. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Dromai in the very first.
In second place with 3 match points, we got Drew.
Ooh, let's go!
This is just like a real like I feel like we're at a venue hall. All right. In third place with 3 points, we have Noah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Smaller applause.
Smaller applause. And in fourth place with 3 points, we have Aaron.
Yeah.
In fifth place. All right, so let's see. In fifth place at 2 points, and these 2-pointers extend all the way down to 10th because they always say that for some reason. In fifth place with 2 points, we got Joe.
Oh,
Yeah.
Joe Mama.
Joe Mama.
In sixth place with 2 points, we got Zach.
Yeah, Zach.
Seventh place with 2 points, we got Trent.
Hey! We made it!
And then in eighth place with 2 points, we got Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, let's go!
Let's go!
And then the winner of our ninth place / Mark Vickers award is Silas.
Woo! Let's
go! Wait, Silas did top 8?
Dude, the mighty Silas has fallen.
He's not sick.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's got to be sick. That's the trick, man.
He's saving all the luck for the real tourneys. Come on.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
This is a real tournament. This is real.
You win it once.
When anybody asks, this is as real as it gets, boys. That's what I'm gonna tell everybody. Okay. All right. Well, there's your top 8. All right. So let's run through decks here. So we got Sam playing. Oh man, rematch. Sam into Azalea. Sam playing Cole. Dromai versus Azalea. Rematch here from round 3.
All right, we'll have Tome into nourishing on you this time.
All right. And then our next match is Drew versus Trent. We got another little bit of a best friend battle going here. We got Reinar versus Bolton right there. And then we have Noah versus Zach. We have Bolton versus Azalea. And then we have... wait, no. Cole. Cole was early. This is Aaron. Yeah, sorry. Everybody's names are running together, man. All right. So now we got Aaron and Joe, which is Riptide, and...
That's what he posted that.
Dude, I'm having a stroke.
You're not killing me by Spike Fit again.
Is this a rematch? Is it running it back with Bolton? No, Azuri.
Yeah.
Azuri, there it is. Sorry, I forgot the last deck. Okay, so those are your matchups for our top 8 cut here. We're going to get our feature match going, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys.
Let's go.
Okay, guys, we had a short break in the action here, and now we got top 8 coming y'all's way. Y'all definitely got to hear that southern twang going on right there. Okay, so our feature match for our top 8 round here, we have the 4 seed and the 5 seed, and we got Aaron and Joe going at it. Oh, excuse me. Joe's going to be on Riptide on the bottom here, and Aaron is going to be on Azuri on the top. This is going to be a very grindy game here. So, Slip, we don't know who's in the finals yet, buddy. We're working out top 8 right now. We decided to do a cut the top 8 since everybody else had some time and wanted to play here. Everybody's just kind of like, hanging out today, so we decided to do a cut the top 8 here. All right, so Joe leading with the Dreadbore into an Endless Arrow and then Arsenals to set up a 6-card hand. Really looking to use New Horizons here, which New Horizons is a very good card, especially like New Horizon is a great card. Like I really like to see this card getting played. Orbitoclast is non-attack action cards. So we have non-attack action cards and we have reactions here. I'm curious to see him playing Orbitoclast over the attack action one here, over Spider's Bite, because Joe does play, like, Riptide does play a lot of attack actions in his deck. So we got cut down to size here. Gonna block with an E-Strike, and then we're going to block with a take cover here. Cut down to size says when this hits, if they have 4 or more cards in hand, they discard a card. So really pushes people to make sure they're gonna block here. Okay, double lace with Frailty to start the turn here. And then we have a Falcon Wing for 9. Wow, what an aggressive start from Joe here. This is like really putting the pressure on right here. We're talking about 9 points with double Frailty to start the turn, which means both of his daggers will be turned off. Both of Aaron's daggers will be turned off, but more importantly, anything from his arsenal is not going to work out for him. Okay, so he's going to block 9 here. And then we got Endless Arrow for 4. Okay, so got a 2 block in his hand here. Not looking too great at covering up the Endless Arrow here. I guess he could give a card in Crown of Providence here if he wanted to, but 2 block looks like it's kind of biting him here a little bit. I wonder if it might have been worth it for Aaron to take 3 points of damage to be able to throw the Erase Face. Okay, so he has a Death Touch here, which is going to come in for 6 because he was able to cover up the Frailty hits. Now, he did give Joe his Endless Arrow back, so we know that Joe has an Endless Arrow in his arsenal here. Trench does give Joe the ability to be able to get rid of any arsenal cards that are face down that he doesn't want here. Pitching Erase Face to come in with Death Touch for 6 is pretty good. Okay, so Joe's requesting to have a take back here. He wants to block with a card before he passes here. So he's only wanting to use one of his traps here, I imagine, is what we're going for. No, it's just a take cover. So if he had a face-up card, take cover would be really good at being able to reload his arsenal there. Trench, activate Dreadbore, come in with Remorseless for 6. Remorseless for 6 with no D-Reacts from Arsenal. I kind of think that I would have thought that maybe Joe wanted to play the Heat Seeker for 6 there so that he would have the ability to have up to 5-card hand moving in the next turn. But if he does have a card face up in his arsenal off the Heat Seeker, he is forced to play that card because he can no longer activate his Trench. So maybe that's what Joe was going for here. Okay. So we're seeing Aaron give 3 cards there. Interesting that he's playing Pummel in his Azuri list. That's super spicy. That is like super spicy. I honestly love to see something like that. That's crazy. Hey, Caleb, what's up, dude? Gonna watch a little bit of top 8, man? All right, so we get Drill Shot and Perch Grapplers here. Joe wants to keep his hand. Something tells me this game is going to go the distance, guys. Like, this game is going to be a grind fest here. Like, when they went to, so Aaron and Joe actually played, Aaron and Joe actually played in the Swiss rounds, and they said that the game came down to Joe had actually been fatigued by Aaron, and and Joe killed him with like his last trap that he had in his hand. He actually killed him with the last trap that he had. That all he had to do was like just sit and just wait, and he would have been able to win the game. But so I'm curious to see if this one goes the distance this time as well. Okay, Frailty Trap's going to put a point on Aaron here. Put Aaron down to 36. Pretty good. Yes, sir. Nice, man. I love it. I love it, dude. Okay, so we got frailties on both sides here. Gonna make whatever arrow Joe goes to get a lot worse here. But he does have to throw it here. I mean, Remorseless for 4 is not nearly as good as Remorseless for 5. Destroy this, put a card from your arsenal on the bottom of your deck. Okay, interesting. So he does have access to a one-time use of getting rid of a face-up card here. Caleb, I'm glad you had a good time, buddy. I've had a blast today. Today has been a lot of fun, man. Like, today has really been fun. Like, this has been like really cool to be able to watch people play and like see some of the games that have been played. Like, it's been a lot of fun to like watch everything today. I've really enjoyed it, man. So Joe's going to be able to ponder and set up another 5-card hand here. Joe also making the top 8 on the on Riptide today, which is like really interesting to me. Okay, so Aaron uses Tunic to throw his Death Touch from Arsenal that he got off of Codex. Joe gives 2 arrows to block out here, and then he's going to activate. Okay, interesting. So he activates the Dreadbore, trenches after it resolves, and then plays Codex here. Really interesting play. You got hard countered by Dreadbore. I mean, yeah, if you're not ready for Dreadbore, Caleb, it can be a real problem, man. Like, it can really do a lot of work here. Dreadbore is actually like one of the more interesting weapons in the game, in my opinion. Like, it has a lot of like cool text and does some pretty fun things. So like, I'm always like really intrigued to see people playing it here. Like, it's really neat. Okay, so Joe does not push through any points of damage, it appears. Still 37-36. This is going to be a long match, guys. Hope you guys are ready for a long one here. So we're going E-Strike for 7. I love that both decks just possess the ability to block and still put pressure on their opponent. Like, just forcing cards out of each other's hands back and forth is really neat. Tar Pit Trap nor the Take Cover getting any points through there. We're just looking at blocking up the 7 from the E-Strike. Aaron currently 3 cards ahead in deck, but we got a long game to go here. Okay, this is going to be Searing Shot for 8. On hit Ponder, on hit lose a life. So looking to like really push some damage here. Searing Shot, a very aggressive arrow. Yeah, Caleb, Dreadbore can like really catch you if you're not ready for it, man. I have been there for sure. It is something that can definitely catch you off guard if you're not ready for it. Okay, so Aaron blocking 3 and then giving the Fate Foreseen here. So he's going to take 2 life and give Joe a 5-card hand. I'm curious to see what cards he kept. Okay, so he decides he wants to throw a Command and Conquer and then Arsenal a card. Joe does have the ability to play around this with Trent here if he decides to. Oh, you surprised Silas? I mean, I don't think anybody was really ready for Great Axe Story today, man. Like, I think the only matchup you probably would have really had a problem into would have been, I would imagine, Dromai. Also, probably, I guess, like, Dreadbore really puts a wrinkle in your plan. So, yeah, I could definitely see Silas not being ready for that. Searing Shot for 11 is pretty good. So it is interesting that Joe went to 31 here to be able to use his turn. He just trenched away his card and took 6 to 31. And then Sink Below from Arsenal to cover this up. I think this is a pretty good like turn cycle for both players. Like Aaron not taking any damage here and Joe like really being able to like swing a lot of tempo his direction. Oh yeah, I'm sure that Dreadboard just killed, like, you probably play a lot of D-Reacts, I imagine, in your list, Calum. I love throwing Bolt and Shot for 5 with Dreadboard. Like, this is like such a, like, there's so much value in this line, in my opinion. Okay. Unmovable from Arsenal to cover this up. Man, Unmovable from the Azuri deck. Wow. Can say I did not see that coming. Okay, this is going to be Endless Arrow for 7. No D-Reacts from Arsenal or hand because of Dreadbore and Release Attention. Now, Release Attention was really just played as a +3 here to be able to reload his Endless Arrow without having to use Bullseye Bracers. Honestly, Riptide's ability is so insanely good. Like, Riptide's text is just, there's so much value in Riptide's text. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate you guys being a part of our first Talishar tournament here. I know I've said this a couple times, but man, I've had a lot of fun today. Everybody who hung out and watched today, you know, I know that it was a very different stream from, like, you know, normally what we're up to here. So I appreciate you guys being here. You know, it really means a lot. You guys watching today. Like, we've had a, you know, a really good amount of viewers today, just hanging out with us while we were playing today. So I really appreciate you guys being here. It's made today a lot of fun. Endless Arrow for 7. Aaron's really having a think here. Okay, he decides to go to 27 here. Joe goes up to 42 and down to 38 on cards, but has a 5-card hand because he's able to arsenal his Endless Arrow here. And then we got Tunic and Fate Foreseen going to throw our Already Dead. Makes me think he has a different reaction or a different card in his arsenal here. Or a card that he's wanting to arsenal. Sorry, I apologize. Like, he has like a Fate Foreseen, or like maybe he was looking to try and use Black Tech to, like, you know, give go again and throw a Codex or something potentially. I don't know. It's an interesting choice. Was fun to watch. Well, dude, Josh, I'm glad you had a good time today, man. I've really enjoyed putting it on today. It's been really fun. Cut to the Chase. Okay. So we're looking at Cut to the Chase. Already Dead gets a card off the top of his deck, and Aaron gets a silver here, which means he will be more inclined to use his Black Tech Whisperers at a point to give go again here. Okay, Endless Arrow for 7. Endless Arrow for 7 off of the Pox, off the Blood Rot Pox here. It's really important that Dreadbore is really forcing Aaron to arsenal his defense reacts if he wants to be able to block these breakpoint cards efficiently. All right, looks like Aaron's really in the tank here about how he wants to block. He's probably in the camp of, like, you know, I can't just continue to give you the Endless Arrow here. Like, the more he gives Aaron the Endless Arrow, the better, like, the worse shape he's going to be in over the course of the game. Because it's one card that Joe is just getting to repetitively throw and throw and throw and throw. The other question I would really ask is, do we think that Joe is running Rain Razors in this matchup? I'm really curious to know. I mean, Azuri is dope, Drew. I completely agree with you, man. Okay, Aaron gives 3 cards. Aaron gives 3 cards, and I'm curious to see if he kept a defense reaction here just to arsenal. No, plays the Codex. Okay, so probably going to go get Leave No Witnesses. He's going to attempt to force 2 cards out of Joe's hand. If Joe likes his 4-card hand, he can take 4, lose a card, and then trench away his arsenal here. Yeah, Azuri is actually one of the more fun decks to play, in my opinion. Like, she offers a lot of, like, really cool lines. Okay, so we block with a Boulder Trap and with an Intoxicating Shot. Leaving Joe with 2 cards here. 2 cards in an arsenal. We're going to trench away our arsenal here. I assume we're going to activate Dreadbore. No, we're going to play Premeditate, and then we're going to play a 1-coster. I wonder if this is Death Touch for 8. Oh, it's Codex. It's Codex to go get a good arrow or to go get a Death Touch. I'm not sure if he has Death Touch here in his graveyard. It's also worth noting that right now, with the current situation, Aaron is only up 2 cards in Arsenal. Ooh, so this is going to be for 7. I really agree with that, Lillian, actually. Like, playing against like Azuri does make you feel like every time you do something, you're just wrong. I actually really agree with that. It's very funny how, like, that hero can make you feel that way. Oh, Oasis Respite. Man, that's spicy. Aaron's on some sauce over here. I feel like maybe I'm just always playing decks that, like, nobody ever plays. Like, nobody ever plays Respite into me because I'm always playing Fi at, like, competitive level, but I feel like Azuri and Riptide are both decks that are very good at punishing their opponents and making them make wrong decisions at certain times. He said, I forgot Frailty. Oh, man. That Infinite Cards is Aaron in the chat. That's so funny to hear Aaron in the chat talking about how he forgot about the Frailty. I mean, Surgical Extraction for 3 is way worse than Surgical Extraction for 4. Yeah, no, I completely agree, Josh. There are a lot of mind games when it comes to playing against Azuri. Like, Azuri is a hero that can, like, really punish you for making certain decisions, because when you go to play around Shred, like, you know, like they have a pump, or like when you go to play around Codex, they have a pump or a Shred, and it's like, it's so hard to know what to play around in, like, every situation. Like, it's almost impossible to get it always right, in my opinion. Okay, so Joe lets the Surgical Extraction hit. Aaron takes Ravenous Rabble, and then we see Seek and Destroy into Lace with Blood Rot and Release the Tension. Oh my gosh. We didn't know that you were playing Azalea, Joe. Good lord. Bolton Shot for 13 on hit Pox and Seek and Destroy. And Reload, but there's no reload here. Block 9, take 4, go to 24. Another Codex here, but we have the Tunic counter so that we can go get our Death Touch here. Also, Codex also going to be taking a card from Joe this turn, getting a lot of value right here, being able to take the card away from Joe out of hand, because it's going to force him to make a decision. Does he want does he want an extra token here, which could be really good? For Aaron, this could be like a really big swing point in the game. Drill Shot is what Joe chooses here. So 6 go again, and you have a Frailty going into your next turn. Man. This has been a really good game to this point. Okay. So Joe takes 6. Now, Aaron, what are you going to give him? Are we going for Pox here? Or are we going for Inertia? Do you want to, like, guarantee taking him off of an Arsenal here? Like, what are we looking at? Pox. Okay, we want the damage. We want the damage. I guess Aaron's probably sitting there thinking, you know what? The closer I can get him to 0, the more I can make him block, which gives me a better chance of fatiguing him. Aaron's at 22, and Joe has 24 cards left in deck. Oh my gosh, Joe just all gas, no brakes, son. Man, what a retaliation turn. Like, Joe just continues to just throw demanding amounts of pressure. Like, 12 points here. Now, it is worth noting that Joe is going to be at 17 after this. But man, 12 is so good. Yep, we get to block it out here. Okay. He can put his arsenal card on the bottom if he wants to. Decides not to make that decision. Man, really weird hand from Aaron there. We had a Humble, a CNC, and a Race Face, and something else. What else did we block with here? We blocked with a Race Face, Humble, Already Dead, and Command and Conquer. Man. Like, really awkward hand there. Like, he does have a 5-card hand. He sat on his arsenal last turn. He didn't play it. So now we're looking at 4 go again. I imagine Aaron's going to be giving 1 card here, if I had to guess. Like, you don't really want to block Falcon Wing, but at the same time, when you're playing these like long fatigue games, you can't just give up the cards, right? You have to continue to put on like pressure some way. Like, you have to block, you have to keep your life total up, and you have to find a way to attack a bunch. I imagine we're going, oh, he's going buff power here. I thought we were going to go draw a card to set up a 5-card hand, but Joe's looking to try and end the game. Oh my gosh. Red Unmovable from Arsenal, man. Aaron is packing some like crazy heat from this Fatigue Azuri deck. This has been like one of the most interesting decks to watch play all day, honestly. And I say that, we've had a lot of good games today. There have been a lot of incredible games over the course of the day. Yeah, dang is right, Caleb. This is like... And the Eradicate. Manages to cover that up and play the Eradicate here. I would like to know how many hours Aaron has on Azuri. I bet it's a high number. The other thing that's tough is, like, I feel like Joe is probably just not favored in this matchup as the Riptide player, because I feel like Riptide really takes its stride and starts to punish aggro decks. Like, that's where you see, like, Riptide really punish decks. And Joe has had multiple turns with, like, a lot of pressure. There's no way you can let this hit here, right? Like, there's just absolutely no way you can take 4 and go to 13. Because it's not the 4 life that's going to get you. It's the 4 cards that are going to, like, do you in. Yeah, dude, Omega Dude, I honestly completely agree. Like, I really would like to see his list. We're probably gonna ask, like, you know, if everybody wants to share their lists, we're probably gonna have everybody post their list in the Discord from today, just because I'd like to see everybody's list. Just because I'd like to see everybody share their list, but we're definitely gonna try and get like a winning interview here at the end of the day to like kind of talk about, you know, like what the decision points were here, like why you brought this deck, like if you were testing, if it was a known deck, you know, just kind of those points there. Blocks 4, okay. At minimum 200. At minimum 200 card. Like I assume like he's talking about dollars or something. I love that Aaron's listening to the game while he's playing also. Like he's listening to me commentate here while he's playing. All right, so Joe with a Withering Shot for 6 here. Now, Joe has done a good job of pitch stacking some pretty decent red attacks here to be able to try and give himself a second cycle shot. I'm curious to know if Aaron's just going to give 2 cards here. I mean, the Frailty token like may not be super important depending on what Aaron's hand looks like here, but Aaron really making it, he's really tanking here, really taking a moment to make a decision. Let's look and see if we have any other games going on right now. Okay, so all of our other games are currently done. This is our last game that we have going on right now. So we'll be able to get a recap of how the rounds went. You know, like what happened, and you know how did everybody's top 8 match go. Like to talk about the quarterfinals a little bit. Okay, so we're just going to play the Oasis Respite here off the Surgical Extraction. Okay, Energy Potion. Man, Aaron is on the sauce, bro. Why did Aaron... Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Honestly, that makes a whole lot more sense there. What did he get back? To Command and Conquer? Whew. And he's going to force Joe to get a card. Man, that is 2 times that he has gotten so much value out of the Codex of Frailty. Codex being dumb. Have we seen the block with bullseyes to give daggers a +1 for traps? No, I have not seen that actually, Riku. That is not something I've seen yet. That's a really neat interaction, though. So we can't trench away our card here, so he does have to block this out or decide he doesn't want the Falcon Wing here. Okay, gonna block with 2 cards from hand. Just can't help but sit here and think to myself that every time Joe is forced to block, it's just, we're getting closer to the end of the game. We're getting closer to, like, somebody fatiguing here, like... Throws the Falcon Wing for 2 go again here. And it's also worth noting that, like, while the card count is getting low, the life totals are still pretty high. And obviously, like, if we get to the end of the game and they both only have 4 cards left, if somebody can't kill somebody, it's definitely going to go to the Azuri player because they have the daggers. So, I don't know. This is interesting. I think Aaron's just kind of taking a moment to evaluate his hand here and decide if this is... And decide if he has a card that he can block with reasonably or if he's just willing to take the damage here. Yeah, Caleb, I'm also surprised to see Azuri playing Epot. I haven't seen that before. I think that's kind of interesting. Okay, so we get a pass. It's 17-17. Joe's going to Arsenal and set up a 5-card hand. This has to be Pummel, right? Like, after he's shown us the Pummel earlier, like, I'm pretty sure Aaron... Yeah, there's that red Pummel. We've seen 2 so far, and that's all we've seen. Like, this is just Pummel, right? This is... Oh my gosh, it's a blue Pummel. What? Defense reactions cannot be played to wreck Havoc's chain link. Wow. Feign death, huh? Ask my buddy Blake about that card. Man. Oh, that makes sense. Being able to, like, use that as a, being able to use the E-Pod in the Kano meta makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Caleb, I really like Wreck Havoc, actually. It's like basically like E-Strike, like, it's like worse E-Strike, or I'm sorry, worse CNC copies 4 through 6, basically. Wreck Havoc is CNC at home. Oh, man. 17-15 here. Joe's only down to 9 cards in deck. Man, what a game this has been. What a game this has been. I'm curious to hear about how everybody else's games went today. Bro, is that an Art of War? Bro, that's wild. I don't know why he didn't double Arsenal here. Honestly, I'm not sure. I would be curious to ask him why he made that decision, Riku. And hey, H4Z3. Interesting. I like that name. Is that a car or something? I'm kidding. But you can hit exclamation Discord in the chat. This is a tournament that we're running in Talishar for the first time through my Discord for everybody who hangs out in the Discord. It's something that we're running there. So you can hit exclamation point Discord, or actually if you're on oh no, collapsing trap looking to be a blowout for, oh man. Whoo, man. Also, if you're on YouTube, it's also, yep, there it is. You got the Discord link. There it is. Perfect. Yeah, we run one of these. Like, this is the first one we've ever run. We've talked about running them like once every like 2 or 3 months or something like that. It's designed to be something fun for us to like, build camaraderie together and become better friends. And like, everybody just kind of like hang out and have a little bit of fun today. Especially while there's like kind of a dip before RTN season. So that's really what we're all going for here. But yeah, we'd love to have you in the Discord, man, and we'd love to have you at the next tournament if you'd like to play. We're trying to, I think we're working on when we're going to schedule one, probably sometime in March or April, probably after the PT if I had to guess, just with everybody prepping for the PT, like everybody's going to be, probably be just fun just to have one afterwards, if I had to guess, but they lose and can't gain names until the start of the turn. Okay. All right, so Joe takes 3 and goes to 12. The collapsing trap actually doing quite a bit of work right there to try and get some cards out of Aaron's deck here, like really making it interesting. Dude, absolutely, man. I hope you get to play in the next one, man. We'd love to have you. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Drill shot for 7 off release attention. Now, release attention kind of just working as, again, another 0 for 3 here because Aaron doesn't have a card in Arsenal, but Dreadboard doing the work of not letting him play D-Reacts from Arsenal. I imagine, if I had to guess, Aaron's at a point in the game where he would give up 2 cards and Flick Knives and just to not lose the point here of blocking, but maybe he's like, it's a point now or a point later, and like with Joe only having 9 cards in hand, it's a point later, so just gives 3 cards, actually. Okay, interesting. Man, Aaron is on some spice today. Bro. Aaron is playing Art of War, Pummel, and Remembrance. Bro. Like, man. Now, we know that Joe has at least 2 more red arrows in his deck because we watched him pitch stack them earlier. So he's got a red Infecting Shot and a red Bolton Shot left in his deck here. Oh, 100%. Also, I like the name Hater Raid. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, like, Riptide is definitely a sleeper deck. I think that Riptide just can't beat Dromai. Like, I really think that's, like, its biggest problem. But, like, other than that, like, I completely agree with you. Riptide punishes a lot of aggro decks. I also just kind of want to take a minute and say that, like, this game has been played in a superb fashion. Like, both players have really shown, like, the strengths of their deck right here. And, like, I've really enjoyed watching this game be played out. Like, 100%. So Joe has 2 cards in deck. Man, I wonder if it's the same energy potion. I wonder if it's the one he pitched earlier. It probably is, if I had to guess. Okay, Death Touch to start off here. Yeah, Caleb, we were talking about the E-Pots earlier, man. I think that's really interesting that he's playing E-Pots here. Pitching Infecting Shot to come in with Death Touch for 6. The problem here is that, like, without, like, a Razor or some way to, like, really push this through, I mean, man. Dude, if Joe's on, like, a 1-of Razor right here, bro, that would be wild. Absolutely wild. Nope, just the Death Touch here. Are you going to Arsenal here? He does Arsenal. 1 card left in deck, and it's that red infecting shot we just saw him pitch. Yep. Now we're at the point of the game where Aaron's just going to start coming in with the daggers here. Push it in as much damage as he can. Man, this has been such a... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Orbitoclast and the Leave No Witnesses here. Now, Joe does have a Frailty Trap in his hand, I think. Play Feign Death only if you have been dealt damage this turn. The next time you would be dealt damage this turn, prevent it. Wow. What a, like, insane card right here. I mean, kind of like, you know, like, playing a little bit here to, like, you know, just to stay alive at this point, but, like, still, like, Joe, man, really, really using those cards here. Like, man, this has been a really good game. I completely agree, Lillian. Like Dromai keeps a lot of things out of the format. Illusionist as a whole, like Prism kept a lot of things out of the format. Now Dromai keeps a lot of things out of the format. I could not agree with you more. Like, it is definitely like one of those things where it's like LSS has to be really careful with what they give those heroes access to, just because of the certain heroes and classes that they do keep out of the format here. I mean, yeah, Rangers have very, like, traditionally known to be fatigued. I completely agree, Josh. Like, Lexi got fatigued by Oldhim. Like, it's a very, like, most of the time it did. Like, a lot of times, like, I mean, like, it really depends. Like, that was a very skill-based matchup, in my opinion. Oh, man. And he's got the CNC right here. Man. I have never, like, the one thing I will say about this game, I have never seen somebody use Codex of Frailty as perfectly as I have watched Aaron use it this game. The first 2 Codex of Frailties stripped a card from Joe's hand and then continue to put on pressure. This one, Command and Conquer, when you know your opponent can't block. Wow. What a game. What a game. Hey, listen, Josh, there's no shade being thrown at Rangers here, man. Listen, I was on the Oldhim side of the Oldhim Lexi matchup. Like, I had the easier part of that matchup, in my opinion. I had to block, you had to play it correctly, in my opinion, if you were a Lexi player. No, dude, I absolutely love the name. It's hilarious. We used to say that when we were kids. Me and my cousins did, actually. So it's very funny that that's your name to me. Like, that's hilarious, dude. I'm all about it. So we block 3, take 1, and then we have a card in arsenal and a card in hand. I mean, it's got to be the writing on the wall, right? Like, Aaron's just crossed the finish line here. Oh, I think Joe wanted to reload and throw his arrow there, but he realized that it didn't have go again because of the frailty token. Man, what a match. What a match with Aaron taking it down right there. Man, that was... We're going to get both players in here, and we're going to talk about this game here. I really want to talk about this match a little bit. If we can get a hold of both players, we're going to get both of them in here. That was an extremely good game, and there was like a lot of really interesting decision points there. So we're going to take like a 2-minute break. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of them. We're going to talk about that match, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys. Thanks for hanging out today. All right, guys. Short break. I've got Joe and Aaron on the line. We're going to talk about their match a little bit, and I want to get some of the thoughts on what was going through their heads. So Joe, let's start with you, buddy. Going into the matchup, Azuri is a deck that, has a lot of tricks and, can really punish people in a lot of ways. And you and Aaron had already played. So what was your mindset going into your all's match right there?
Well, I kind of know I was fucked because this morning I removed both Remembrance from my deck. And the first match was so close. I won because he was in a hurry to kill me, but he actually won the first match too. He fatigued me too. I had like 4 cards and I won with a trap. But I regret remove Remembrance. I'm like, shit.
So you had no copies of Remembrance in your list coming into the tournament today?
No, but I usually play 2.
Those would have gone a long way today, I think, especially right there. So, so Aaron, tell me a little bit about, Azuri is definitely a deck that, isn't exactly known for her 20 and 30 point turns. But, she's known for her disruption and blocking and trying to play this grindy game. Tell me about what walking into the top 8 match was like for you.
Well, for starters, I already played Joe, but beyond that, though, my biggest thing is every time I see a Riptide, I used to get fatigued by them so much that I automatically assume this is a fatigue match, and I automatically don't even sideboard at all. I just put all 70 cards in, and we're just going at this. We're gonna grind it out, and my biggest goal is to try to keep a deck lead the whole time. And I actually am not all that concerned about health point lead as much because if I get fatigued, I'm done. That's all that boils down to.
Okay, so you're just trying to stand the course. You're just trying to make it to the end of the game, knowing that at the end of the game you have daggers and he doesn't have any more arrows.
Exactly, because once it comes down to the end of the game, if you're ever facing any hero that doesn't have a weapon and you do, you win. That's all that boils down to.
No, that makes a lot of sense. That was actually one of my talking points during the match. So looking back on that match, there was a couple times that you guys, used the undo button and kind of, went back, and it didn't seem like that, there was anything crazy there, just some little things here and there. But looking back on that game, do you guys feel like there were any moments that you made a play that you should have done differently that maybe could have changed the outcome of the game? And, Joe, let's start with you on that one.
Yeah, there's certainly the one turn where he play attack reaction. And I was kind of expecting it, but I didn't block it because I need to give New Horizon and Trench for that turn if I want to full block it.
Sure.
And boy, I hesitated, but looking back at it, I think I should give it if I know he's going to play a +3 or shred for 3. And I need to not be scared to just give up Arsenal and keep up tempo there.
Okay, gotcha. So on the turn when he played the cut to the chase, I assume is the turn we're talking about. You think it would have been more correct to block with the New Horizon and the Trench there?
Yeah, for sure. And you need to tech for it too. So if I know, I can go Abyssal Quiver for that matchup and to Remembrance too, and it's getting way better for all around matchup. But for the game itself, I think the attack reaction changed the tempo of the game, and I couldn't keep it after that.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Aaron, do you feel like there's anything, if there was a turn, maybe you could have blocked differently or could have swung anything differently throughout the course of that game?
So there's actually one turn in particular that I definitely think I messed up pretty big time on, and that was my Art of War turn, because I was originally thinking about attacking with my cards in hand first, and then using the playing shakedown first to thread the shakedown, because with Azuri you always, as long as you have your boots or your flick knife, you always have.
Yep. By the way, little parenthesis, that shakedown changed the game. Actually, that was the play. I had a 3D react in end, so I brick fucking hard after that.
No, that was the Wreck Havoc turn.
Yeah.
The turn I'm talking about is the one where you collapsing trap my shakedown out of my hand.
Yeah.
And then, if I would have If I wouldn't, I was originally thinking either to shakedown or to E-strike for 7, and then use the. If I actually the most optimal move I could have done would have been E-strike for 7, and then even if he hits collapsing trap afterwards, I still had 2 floating, and then I could have played the Hummel from Arsenal still, with the floating resources, and that would have presented a lot more damage that way.
True.
Okay, gotcha. No, I was pretty surprised to see there be so much value. So there were 2 things that turn. One, when you played the Art of War, I think me and everybody in chat was kind of like, "What is that? An Art of War?" So that was interesting to see. And then the second thing that turned, we were like, "Man, collapsing trap, like really getting some value here on like the singleton Art of War turn." So, guys,
I'll comment on the Art of War really fast if you want me to.
What'd you say?
I'll comment on the Art of War real fast if you want me to.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about why you have a 1 of Art of War.
So, I've come. There's a couple problems I've come into while playing Azuri, and the one of the biggest ones I've had is sometimes that tuner counter will sit at 3 and just chill there, just because of the fact that I have awkward hands that are just like I don't need this resource or whatever. And then I was just looking through tons of 1-cost cards. I was like, okay, Art of War costs 1. Let's try throwing this in here. Throw it in. It's 1, 2, and 3. I probably played 10 games within it in my deck for 2 and 3, and it just too many times it would be a no block in my hand or 2 no blocks in my hand if I have 2 of them in the deck or more. And so I decided to just cut it at 1. But the thing is, though, is my normal game plan for Art of War is just to tuck it in my arsenal and just wait until Tunic hits 3 and then just have it sitting in my hand. I mean, sitting down there for a while until I see a hand that's just good enough where, I can present a lot of damage. Yeah. And it'll turn, because no one expects Azuri to ever go wide. And even if it's 1 turn of me going wide, all my stuff has good on hits. And that 1 turn and generally real game changing turn if I'm coming in for a very tall, very wide turn that has on hits for every attack.
No, absolutely. You definitely caught my attention. I was not ready for the Art of War, and maybe somebody else was, but it was not me. When you played the Art of War, it definitely caught my attention. So you definitely captured what you were looking for in that moment, at least from my point of view. I was like, Joe may have known about it from earlier, but I was very caught off guard there when you played.
And one more thing to say about the Art of War too. Hypothetically, if I'm on the opponent's turn too. So if I'm on my turn, I always choose models, go again and draw 2. I never do the buff power because I don't need buffs.
Sure.
I need to actually go round. But if I'm on the opponent's turn, sometimes I'll actually use it from Arsenal if I have the tunic counter up, just to buff my defensive power of the cards in my hand. And that's actually really, really helpful at times.
Hey, I could see defensive Art of War actually being really good in Azuri. I was like, now defensive Art of War in Phi is terrible, but no, I could see that being very good.
Attack action?
No, absolutely. Well, guys, congratulations on a great game. That was a phenomenal game to watch. I'm glad I got to be a part of it and see that. Thanks so much for playing today. And we're going to take just a small break here. When we come back, we'll have the top 4 pairings for you guys. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, guys, short break in the action, and we're back. After a break here, our top 4, we had Sam beat Cole. That was Dromai versus Azalea. And then we watched Aaron versus Joe, which was Azuri versus Riptide. Noah and Zach, we had Zach beating Noah. Zach was on Azalea and Noah was on Bolton. And then we had Drew and Trent, and Drew ended up beating was on Bolton and beat Reinar. So now we have Zach versus Drew right here as our top 4 feature match. We have Zach playing Azalea on the bottom here, and we have Drew playing Bolton on the top. So I'm actually really excited to see how this matchup goes. The other matchup is Sam playing Dromai versus Aaron playing Azuri. So I think this will be an entertaining match. I mean, I think I fatigued a lot of Lexies, Nathaniel. Like, there were a lot of Lexies that I fatigued during that RTN season. So I don't feel bad about it, man. Like, that was me and that Oldham deck were really vibing, honestly, bro. Pitching Beacon of Victory here. Activate Iron Song Versus, and then we're gonna Beaming Bravado for 3. Zach's gonna block with 2 cards, and then I imagine that, I don't know, are we gonna Bolton here? No, we're not gonna Bolton. We just want to get a card in the soul here. And then we're gonna go ahead and Arsenal pass. So now Zach's first turn right here. We got to pitch a Sleep Dart to a Death Dealer here. Oh, man. Starting out hot with a Retina Ledger, huh? This deck just never slows down, does it? Jeez. Jeez! All right. Retina Ledger for 8 on hit Ponder token. Part of me wonders if this might be one Rainy Boy in his hand here. I don't even know if Azalea is supposed to play Rain Razors into this matchup, honestly. I'm also curious to see how good Soulbound Resolve looks here. This is like a really cool card. And I like the idea of being able to like charge and prevent damage with it, so. Okay, Sink Below. So Drew's taking 1 here. Zach's going to have 2 cards to choose from to Arsenal here. And then Drew's throwing a CNC. Okay, not a bad turn here. Drew's looking to apply some pressure here. Drew having a pretty good hand to play around the old red in the ledger there. Not too bad. Now Zach has to make the decision, is his arsenal worth giving up 2 cards, or would he rather just keep all of his cards and throw his 4-card hand here? I think Zach's making a pretty good decision by blocking 6 here, especially since he has 2 attack actions. More than likely not able to play both of them unless we get some bad blocks from Drew pretty early on. It's also worth noting that, like, Drew just, like, has a complete fridge over here. I mean, each of these, like, block, like, this is, like, 9 points worth of block over here. Plus, like, the 2 potential points off of Soulbound Resolve. So we're talking about 11 points worth of equipment block. Like, this could really be good here. Okay, so it looks like the Command & Conquer hit for 1. What did we play? How did we charge a card here? Did he Beacon a Victory for the +1 to get Zach's Arsenal? Wow. Absolutely insane right there. Man, that's crazy. Sorry, I was too busy talking and I missed it, but man, that was a crazy play. Is Beacon a Victory anything? Target attack gets +X. Wow. The old lunging press there on the Command & Conquer, quite spicy there. I wouldn't have played around it, I can tell you that. All right, Beaming Bravado gets +1 here off banishing the Bolting Blade. And then we got a little Raiden action for 3. Drew having a pretty good start here off of a tempo swing so far. Looking pretty good here. Death Dealer in the Remorseless off of this Tunic here. Okay, so Zach's looking to like really make a Remorseless happen here. Uh-oh, just kidding. We're looking to make a Red in the Ledger happen. Azalea's go-to strategy. Wonder if we have some pumps to go along with a premeditate, a seek and destroy. Sheesh. 11 dominate on hit, make a ponder token. Premeditate and red in the ledger, like in a big dominated attack, is just like there's so much value there. Okay. So this is blocking 8. And a sink below. Wow, man, Drew. Woo! Drew's covering it up here. Man, Drew is trying his best to make it happen right here. And then we got a light the way, which is just on hit go again, I'm pretty sure. If you put a yellow card in, which he did. He put the bolting blade in there. Bolting blade is the 2 for 7. Yep, that's what I thought. So man, Drew's like really making this look good here. And Zach has an interesting choice here. He can let this hit and give it go again, which means he knows Raiden's coming in. Or you can block with 2 cards, I guess, to try and stop it, and then he forces Drew to use Bolton. Man, Zach probably just taking the value block here if I had to guess. Bolton being able to play Soul Shield against Azalea is just so good. There's so much value in that. And then Raiden for 3. Zach's going to go to 28 here. Drew has managed to create an 11-point life deficit here through 2 red in the ledger so far this game. This has been very good this has been a very good showing so far from Drew to this point. Sleep Dart also does look to do a lot against Zach or against Drew. Being able to turn off his hero ability is very strong. That's 1 Raid Razors. Okay. So we push through 2 points, turn off Bolton's hero ability, and arsenal our last card. I mean, this is still like snap to draw a card here if he wants to keep the turn going. I don't really know if this is worth blocking at this point, considering you know you've turned off the hero ability. Like, if your hand's good, you can probably just say, yeah, you know what, no blocks. You can have an extra card here. Deadeye also blocks well if it doesn't play well into your hand. So the fact that it doesn't, Drew has to decide if he wants to snap here to throw his last card. It's probably better just for Drew to arsenal, right? Like, that's probably just a better play for him. Oh, just kidding. So he deems Snapdragon Scalers being worth Raiden for 3, which, I mean, to be fair, like, it's probably what he's looking like. That's probably what he's looking at it being worth pretty much all the time anyway. Like, Snaps is probably worth 3 to 5 points if I had to guess most of the time. Zach gives an arrow to block there. Zach trying to keep, the life total described. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Celestial Cataclysm for 7. Drew rolling out the carpet here. There are no stops. Man. Drew for 7. Go again. Yep, block 6. That makes sense to me. I think blocking 6 is pretty good there. All right, Zach just passes. All right, Drew has 4 cards. He's used a couple of his equipment block here, so like we're not exactly running on fumes for equipment block here, but we're not exactly what I would call looking good either. Beaming Bravado. And he charges the Banneret that gives you a Courage token. So he can give this go again if he wants to and then throw Raiden here. Drew is definitely showing right now why Bolton is one of the better decks in the current metagame right now. Like, Drew really showing how you can put a lot of pressure on. Also, his defense reactions have lined up incredibly well so far, but this has been a very good game from Drew's side of the table. I've really enjoyed watching this here. Looks like Zach's debating how he wants to block. I assume we're going to Bolton here. Yep. So Zach goes to 23. So Zach's at 23. Create an Iron Song versus here. So Drew values coming in for 4 with an on hit of +1 next turn, basically. Overthrowing 7. But he does get to keep an Arsenal card over being able to throw the Valiant Thrust here. So I'm going to take Drew's word for it when he makes decision points here. Because, I mean, Drew's a good player. And, you know, Drew, like, really knows Bolton pretty well. So I'm pretty much just going to take Drew's word for it when he makes decisions. But it's still good for us to question and, you know, wonder why things are happening here. Zach's down 16 points and Drew has a 5-card hand. Zach's going to need something big to get him back into this game, guys. Like, he's falling behind quick. Falling behind quick here. All right, so we have go again here. How did he... Okay, so he put a... Nope, that's from... So he put a card on top of the deck with Death Dealer, okay? Or with Cross Wrap, I mean. Sorry, wrong thing. Okay. So we're looking at red in the ledger for 8 here. I mean, this is a pretty good hand all the way around. Really trying to just, like, put pressure on here. Zach's going to need a big tempo swing here. Like, Zach needs a big tempo swing to try and get him back into this game here. So this is 8 on hit red in the ledger, which is way more important than on hit double frailty. Okay. So 2 cards and a Soulbound Resolve. Drew's not going to charge here. And then Zach's going to get to Arsenal the card that he left on top. Oh, excuse me. Soulbound Resolve doesn't really have text other than blocking, does it? No, it's just the blocking part. So he's basically got 2 more block out of this if he wants. And I know he wants to save this for like one of his combo style turns. So Bolt of Courage for 4 is pretty good here, considering he has 1 card in Arsenal. The Courage token just automatically buffing that up, looking really good there. Making Drew's turn a lot easier here. So Zach's going to go opting here. Drew decides not to use Bolton's ability to swing the Raiden, which is interesting to me. All right, we have Seek and Destroy into a Bolton shot for 7. And Zach left a card on top of his deck. Honestly, makes me wonder if there's another Codex coming right here. Nope, just an Arsenal. Okay, Zach's, like, you know, Zach's managed to, like, crawl back to within 4 points here. Who do you think this is bad for, Josh? I'm curious who you think this is bad for here. I mean, yeah, Azalea being on the back foot's definitely not good for them. Yeah, I knew that you were behind, Nathaniel, when you made the comment about about me fatiguing you, because, like, I knew that was the case. Man. Sheesh. And he gets to Bolton this? Jeez. Drew, putting on a clinic here. Zach does have 5 cards in hand, though. So, I mean, 4 cards in hand in an Arsenal. So, like, it's not like Zach just has nothing here. But Drew is definitely on the front foot here. Sheesh! Oh my gosh. Oh, man, the no blocks there really punishing Zach because, man, him having another Illuminate is just absolutely insane. Shoo! That's really good for old Drew here. They call him Drew Bolton McBroham for a reason, folks. That's gonna catch on, y'all watch. Yeah, Rip is right. And Lillian, this is a really good turn. Him having the second Illuminate there punishes Zach so much for not blocking. And he gets to Raiden for 4. Golly. It's 25-3. It's 25-3. We're going to need to see something good here, Zach. And I mean something real good. This is going to have to be like old Snappy Boys into like Bullseye Bracers or something here, I think. I don't know how else he gets back into the game. You don't hate Bolton. You played Bolton forever. Get out of here, Nathaniel. You don't hate Bolton. 6 go again. With the on-hit of Seek and Destroy and the on-hit of Reload. Also, man, my hair is so long, I cannot wait to get a haircut on Thursday. I mean, into a Remorseless for 5 is pretty good. Like, this has been a pretty good turn from Zach. Like, I mean, it's what, 15 points here? But he took 5, so 10, 14, and the V was everything was getting +1. So he took 18 to swing 15 in a game he was already losing. It's not great, but like he definitely, I think Zach had to have a turn where he tried to flip the role here. I just don't think there was another way out. Dude, Drew is a great Bolton player, 100%. Drew's a very good Bolton player, brother. He said, and I had to play him twice. Yeah, I feel like you playing like Drew, who is good on Bolton, and on top of that, like it just not being that great of a matchup for you, like really made for a tough day for you. I mean, hey, you made top 8 though. Look at it that way, man. Okay, so if this is Beacon of Victory, Zach loses. If he blocks with Knock the Death Whistle and Drew has the Bacon of Victory, it's over. All right, it's not Bacon of Victory. Oh my God. Oh, Drew is just... Oh my gosh, this is a clinic, guys. Ugh. Drew making Bolton look too easy out here. Too freaking easy. What game of top 8 is this? This is the semifinals right now. This is we got Azalea versus Bolton, and we have Azuri versus Dromai. So since that's normally a pretty polarizing matchup, we decided to get the Bolton and Azalea game on camera. The semis. I said sorry, Zach. Yeah, Zach's not having fun. This Drew had a really good Zach had a really good turn with Red in the Ledger for Dominate at 11. It was a Red in the Ledger for 11 with Dominate. And Drew had Soul Shield from Arsenal, piece of equipment, and he had the Sink Below from hand. Man. No Arachne Rip, I'm shattered. There was an Azuri today, man. There's actually an Azuri in the semis right now. But no Arachne today, just Azuri. What is this? If it's a yellow card? Okay, so no yellows. This has to be the Beacon of Victory, right? Like he has to, even if Zach gives 2 no pumps here, or 2 no non-attack actions, if he gives 2 laces here. Is he thinking about giving 1? I mean, oh, excuse me. Oh, Lord. this way he plays around Beacon of Victory. Is Drew just passing? Okay. Zach gets a turn. Probably not a good one, but he gets a turn. Okay, I mean, hey, threatening lethal right here. Like, this is something. We're doing something here. Yeah, no, Haterade, I completely agree. Like, Warriors are, like, doing a lot better now that, like, Icelander's out of the format. And I know Icelander's been gone for, like, quite a few months now. But, like, I think, like, a lot of the Warrior classes have gotten a lot better, especially with this set. Like, they're going to get a lot better. What matches up well into Bolton? I think Fi can race it really well. Like, I think Fi just does a pretty good job racing Bolton. Katu may, I don't know, honestly. I'm a pretty big Fi main, and I think that the Fi matchup is like pretty favored into Bolton from my testing anyway. From my testing. Drew's thinking about giving the Warband of Bologna and Iron Song versus, but he's not willing to give the Soulbound Resolve here. So, like, Drew could give Soulbound Resolve here, prevent or block 4, basically, take 4, go to 4, and then take the Pox token there. He'd have 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, and as long as he doesn't have all reds, he could have a pretty good hand here. Actually, 03 into Bolton. Ooh, interesting, Nathaniel. I mean, I'm not saying, like, it's, like, 100% or anything, but, like, but I think that it's a favored matchup. I'd be curious to know, like, what keeps happening that, like, you just keep getting, like, cooked in that matchup. Like, I'd be curious to sit down and talk about that sometime. Especially as your teammate, I'd really like to know that. Okay, Bolt of Courage for 4. And we charged a Soul Shield. Could have pitched the Beaming... So he could have pitched the Beaming Bravado to block it. Like, he could have went below to Iron Song versus pitch the card, pitch Beaming Bravado to place Soulbound Resolve, and then he would have been able to go Bolt of Courage into another card, charge the card from his hand, and then Bolton guaranteed because of the Courage, and then he would have been able to throw Raiden and strip every card out of Zach's hand. I mean, you might just be getting high roll, dude. It could be happening. Oh, that's game. That's gotta be game, right? Dude, I have to admit, like, if it wasn't lethal for sure, yeah, play the Rain Razors. Wow, what a game. What a back and forth game here. Man, he kept the Lumina. What a game, guys. That was actually a really good game. Oh, you're a 5 main too? Nice. I think it depends on what build of Dorinthia they have. But I think that you can have good matchups into both of them. I think you need to get a little lucky, and I think you need to draw well at certain times, but I don't know that I would say that you're really favored into those matchups. Like, Dorinthia can just, like, stack up the counters and, like, punish you late game, which is really bad. Saves him here. I think so. It doesn't game if he can't. Oh, so he actually, because he charged, he actually only has to go to 1 there. Because it would prevent the next 1 damage you would be dealt, which is really good to know. It's actually really interesting to keep track of there. Makes sense. Okay, well, that was a good game. There was a lot of back and forth right there. Everybody thought it was going to be one-sided in the chat, or in the Discord chat. But I'm glad to see that it was a close game. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to get Zach and Drew in here. We're going to go over their match. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys. All right, guys, short intermission. I got Zach and Drew here. We're going to ask them some questions about their match and how they feel like it really went. So, before the match, everybody was kind of making jokes. Like Drew even said out loud, like, oh, I'm ready to get red in the ledger 3 times in a row. So, Drew, from your point of view, kind of walk me through that match is like how you feel about it as a whole from the Bolton side.
From the Bolton side, it honestly feels like we're kind of just taking blows back and forth because neither of us really want to block each other until he throws something at me that is like, hey, you cannot have a turn. And it just so happened whenever he threw the attack that said, hey, you can't have a turn, I had a Soul Shield and Arsenal blocked with 1 piece of armor, and I had a Sink Below in hand. So I could just cover it up and then keep a 3-card hand, basically.
Yeah,
or a 2-card hand.
That was a really good turn for you because I remember thinking, okay, like the 11 dominate red in the ledger here is probably going to try and swing the tide back. Don't know if it like completely puts Zach in the driver's seat here, but is like this will really give him an opportunity to like try and get out front a little bit here. So your hand definitely lined up super well that turn right there.
Yeah, because like I think what really won me that the reason I think that turn won me the game is purely because I already had like a 12-point lead at that turn.
Yeah,
and then I was able to cover up his comeback turn.
No, absolutely, it's a huge swing in tempo there for sure.
Also, the V for Vanguard turn where I had 2 Illuminates was insane.
Yeah, that was my hand was in such a way that I couldn't really defend efficiently and still even have. I think it was like Bolton shot, maybe Rain Razors and something else. I just couldn't really defend and do anything offensively. And if I give you my whole hand, it's just delaying the inevitable, basically.
Yeah.
So we were talking about that turn there because when you came in with the first Illuminate and you had 1 card in hand, I was like, Zach can block here, deny him the soul, and probably playing his last card because it's probably a card that has to charge here. And then when you let the Illuminate hit, it's like, wow, you get so punished for letting this hit right here because he has the other Illuminate. Like there was just it was a really interesting like turn, and like I mean Drew's turn was like what it was
4 5 5 5 4.
Yeah. So I mean you had an 18-point turn.
Yep.
So Zach, kind of walk me through like from the Azalea standpoint, like what was your game plan going into the matchup?
So I think you have to really try and snowball on hit effects as fast as you can to get the Bolton on the back foot. If they start throwing attacks at you, you just have to, like we talked about earlier, ignore the attacks and just take damage until you can get disruption to make them block and give you cards. But since he had such a great defense for my comeback turn, I could have blocked a little bit on his wide turn, but like we were talking about, the second Illuminate was very punishing.
No, absolutely. It 100% was. So, both you guys kind of talk about, like the idea of this matchup is that we're trading damage back and forth until somebody finds a big power turn. Outside of red in the ledger, Zach, what would you say your next best arrow is that you could hit Drew with?
I honestly, the common choice would be Remorseless, but I think it's a tie between Sleep Dart and Hamstring Shot.
Okay. So that's one thing I was going to ask you because, Remorseless is it's very well known for stopping defense reacts from Arsenal. And it's also very well known, for punishing decks like Katsu and Fi on their pop-off turn. But, Bolton, normally only plays a couple of actions and then throws a Raiden, so it's really interesting to me to hear you say Sleep Dart and Hamstring Shot because I was thinking Sleep Dart personally, that Sleep Dart is probably the number 1 KO card into Bolton.
Sleep Dart's really good, but as well, what decks kept Bolton out of the meta were ice decks, and all of that was making stuff cost 1 more, and that's what Hamstring Shot does, and it really affects Bolton.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because what that does, Hamstring, is I only run 3 blues in the deck, and the rest is yellows and reds.
Okay.
So just you could literally turn because I need 2 cards to do almost anything, anyways.
Yeah.
So if I block and he hits me with a hamstring off like Rain Razors or something. I block just enough to get over it, and then he Rain Razors me. Now my 2-card hand is a no-card hand, basically.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So do both of you guys feel like the big turning point of that game was the covering up the red in the ledger turn?
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that makes a lot of sense because having the life total difference already be there for Drew and being able to cover up probably Zach's best turn throughout the game was very powerful. Well, cool. Well, guys, thanks for playing today. I appreciate you guys being here. That was a really fun match to watch. I was honestly kind of worried it was going to be very one-sided, either one way or the other. But I feel like even though the game, I feel like there was quite a bit of back and forth. The life totals were close at the end of the game. So very well played game, and appreciate you guys being here.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate you hosting.
All right, chat. We're gonna take like a 2-minute break. I don't know. We're gonna take a small break here. We're gonna see if our other game's still going on. If it is, we're gonna hop over and catch the end of that. And if not, we'll be back with the finals. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Woo!
Here we go, guys. It's finals time. Bolton versus Azuri, Drew versus Aaron. Let's get it on. Hey, Riddler, what's up, dude? Thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it. All right, I'm really excited to see how this is going to go. Drew's running 68 cards. And Aaron is running 66. Something tells me this is going to be a long one. So for anybody who missed it, by the way, Drew, so throughout the course of our top 8 here, our 2 competitors, we've had Drew had to play Trent on Reinar in the first round top 8. And Drew was able to take that one away. And then Drew was able to beat Zach on Azalea last round. And now we got him versus Aaron. Aaron was able to fatigue Joe playing Riptide during the first round top 8. And then I have not got to hear about this game yet, but Aaron was able to beat Sam on Azuri, or on Dromai, I'm sorry. So Azuri was able to beat a Dromai. I am really curious to hear about how that matchup went and see what happened. But our finals right now, we got Drew on Bolton and we got Aaron on Azuri. Hoping for some really good games here. I think this is going to be, we've had some really good games today. I think this is going to be a great finish to our day to this point. So we have Drew starting out his turn. He has pitched Celestial Cataclysm to activate Iron Song versus. He's coming in with Bolt of Courage. He's coming in with Bolt of Courage on hit draw card. And he has loaded up his soul and arsenal, or he's loaded up his soul here. I imagine Drew is not going to be activating Bolton. We're probably just going to be looking at arsenaling a card and adding a card to our soul this turn. Probably what Drew's looking for, I imagine, at this point. So that's exactly what we get. And now we're going to see what Aaron can cobble together here with his first turn of the game. Pitches that one of Art of War that we heard Aaron talk about early on today to come in with a Spider's Bite to start out with. Throwing the Spider's Bite makes a lot of sense. Drew's deck is mostly attacks, I think, so makes a lot of sense. And then we got an Eradicate. Man, that's one you never want to block. But man, like, you pretty much have to block this card. That's the thing, is like Azuri has so much disruption and so many on-hit effects that like she can just really disrupt your game plan and make you like fall behind quickly in a bad way. All right, so we're gonna get Bolt of Courage and Iron Song versus here. Beaming Bravado, putting a Bolting Blade. Is that what that was? Into our soul here. Yep, a Bolting Blade. So this is going to be 3, and we're just going to be able to give it go again here. There's no text. There's no on-hit effects here. Bolton really just looking to throw as much damage as possible. All right, it looks like, okay, so Aaron passes here with no blocks. Drew uses Bolton's ability to give go again, and then Aaron's got another Fate Foreseen here. So we're looking at 2 D-Reacts already out of Aaron's deck. Both players playing over the 60 card minimum here. I think trying to play in for a little bit of a longer game here as this game goes on. This the finals? Yes, sir. This is the finals, Calum. This sure is. Yeah, Josh, I was very surprised that Azuri beat the Dromai as well. Was very, very surprised that Azuri beat the Dromai as well. I was pretty surprised that Dromai lost, to be honest. Like, I don't know that, and Aaron's exact words were that he scraped by on the skin of his teeth. Those were like verbatim. That is what he said here. Okay, and then we have Express Lightning here. So this is just a 0 for 4. He doesn't have to charge off of this card, so we're just looking at a 0 for 4 here. No charge effect here. Okay, and Aaron's happy to just go to 35 here, take a little bit of damage. And he's going to pitch a Remembrance to throw an Erase Face. So obviously Aaron's hand wasn't blocking too well that turn. So looking to just try and use the Erase Face to like really try and... I guess, let's see. I don't know, like... It doesn't really like change anything, I don't think, here. Like the text or anything. Like, I don't think like losing class abilities is super important to Drew. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. So Drew just takes 6 here and decides to keep his 5-card hand. He uses Tunic to play Take Flight, charging a Banneret here. So this is 4 go again. We see a Sink Below from Aaron here. Yeah, Trent, I definitely agree that I think, like, I was trying to think if it really mattered here in this matchup, but I don't think that the on-hit effect of the Erase Face doesn't really matter here. Joe said, what a tournament, dude. I've had so much fun today, and I know everybody's got to be sick of hearing me say that, but I truly have had so much fun today playing and hanging out with y'all. Like, being able to commentate and like getting to hang out is like just, it's been a blast. Oh my gosh, is this a Humble? I know Humble is very good into Bolton, so I'm curious to see how Drew decides to go about blocking this. It's also worth noting that we know, not only because he blocked with one, but because he played one earlier during the tournament, that Aaron is on pummels. So Aaron's on a very interesting Azuri list. Okay, so we know the pummel's coming in here. The Tunic hasn't resolved yet. I think Aaron's got to let the Tunic resolve here first before we can really decide to do anything. Now he's going to play the pummel. I'm curious to see if Drew has another defense reaction here, or if it's just going to be take 4 and go to 30. Yep. The pummel looking to get a lot of value in there. That pummeled Hummel is really good. Yeah, this is a brutal turn. This is definitely like, this is a very solid turn for Aaron to try and swing some tempo and get back into the game here. Did he discard Illumina? Oh, wow. That is bad news bears. That is bad news bears for Drew here. 3 CNC at home, 3 Humble and 3 pummels. Yeah, I mean, like, he has a lot of, like, really, like, I don't know, like, this is a very interesting, like, Azuri list. Like, I can tell that Aaron has played a lot of hours into Azuri. Like, you can really see, like, the value he's getting, like, he's getting out of his cards and out of everything here. Like, this has been, like, a very, like Aaron has clearly played a lot of Azuri. Really seeing that here. I was also very curious about the pummels at first, Haterade, but, like, I think that the pummels are definitely, I'm with you, the pummels are definitely, like, putting in their work here to, like, see what they're doing. Oh, he blocked with 2 cards to block the pummel on your Humble. Yeah, I mean, being able to block with 2 cards and then use Sync is really good. The fact like what made the Humble pummel combo so good right there was the fact that, like, Drew was blocking with Bologna and then he was going to use Sync Below to cover it up. Man, imagine if Drew just says no blocks here because that Azuri block is just looking like the Spider's Bite's looking so good. Is this going to be a Sink Below? Flick Knives and Earth Scalpel here. Okay. So we've had a really neat interaction here where Aaron has decided to give up his Nerve Scalpel here so that he can actually push through his Humble or his Shakedown here, which does have Go again. And then he's able to play his Leave No Witnesses. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, Drew must have a card he really wants to protect here. I'll have to call my mom back later. Drew must have a card that he really wants to protect here. If he's giving up the Iron Song Versus and his last card from hand to be able to protect his arsenal there. So it must be a pretty solid card that he's trying to hang on to right there. Plays Energy Potion? Okay. So puts Drew to 26 and then plays an Energy Potion. The Energy Potions are super interesting in my opinion. Drew does have a 5-card hand here to like really try to be able to like put enough pressure on to like really take the tempo back in his favor, which is probably what he's aiming to do here. If he has a Lumina or a Beacon of Victory, I imagine that's what he's going to be doing with his Arsenal card here. Okay, Engulfing Light for 3 go again. We have 3 cards in our arsenal. Beacon of Victory from Arsenal. No, they're both passing here. Okay. No reactions from Drew. Maybe he just has the Lumina in his hand. Like maybe he just has the Lumina in his arsenal. He doesn't need to go get it off of the Beacon of Victory here. Drew uses his Tunic. Comes in with a Valiant Thrust for 7 with go again because of the Quicken token. He was able to charge the Banneret that gives a Quicken token here, so he's able to extend his turn even further here. 7 go again is really solid. Like these cards like Valiant Thrust, I think are what Drew's gonna have to use if he's gonna try to get through all of the cards that that Aaron's able to block with here. Aaron goes to 27. And then we have Celestial Cataclysm for 7 go again. Wow, what a good turn from Drew here. Wow, what an explosive turn. Bolton really turned on the burners here. So we got 3 go again, 7 go again, by 7 go again here. I mean, and then even if this is just Raiden after this is a 20.4 card hand. Like, man, what an output here. 20 points off of 4 cards. Bolton really showing what Bolton can do here. This probably is an Oasis Respite. Yep. So Aaron's only going to go to 24 here after the Celestial Cataclysm here. And then Raiden for 3. Okay, Aaron goes to 21 and Drew Arsenals to set up another 5-card hand. Man, Tunic into the Eradicate is so good here. This is so good. Yeah, that was, man. Oh, Energy Potion into Oasis is like, there's like, yeah, that is really good tech there, Joe. I agree. And Trent, Drew is throwing absolute bombs right now. I just don't think you can take 4 and lose your card here. Like, lose your 4 cards off the top of your deck. Like, there's just so much value in that for, like, what Aaron is trying to accomplish here as his game plan. Just puts him so much closer to, like, being able to run you out of cards here. And it's important, too, because, like, Drew's already down Illumina. Like, Drew is already down Illumina because of the crazy pummel humble turn. So Drew's really looking to like try to find a way to like crawl back into this here. Well, I mean, I say crawl back into it. Drew's in a good spot now, but like, okay, losing his Bologna. I actually have 2 of those suckers. I wonder if they've gone up with the set coming out. Oh man. Oh, excuse me. I am tired. It's been a fun day, but it's been a long day too. Okay, take flight for 4 go again after blocking with 2 cards. We get to set up a card in our soul, and I imagine we're just looking at Raiden after this, but Gonna try it on Olympia since I'm playing. Oh, you're playing one brick-brack in Olympia? That's really interesting. I had a lot of fun playing Olympia yesterday. I'm actually really looking forward to like playing some more Olympia in the coming like, couple weeks or so. All right, Drew has managed to put Aaron all the way down to 17 here. Now, will Drew block 6 here, or will he say no blocks? No blocks. Azuri in a shakedown. Put Drew to 20, take a card from his hand. He has Illuminate, Banneret, V for Vanguard. Takes the V for Vanguard. Couldn't have done that any quicker, could he? Beaming Bravado to make a Quicken token, and it gets +1 because he put the Banneret in there, and it's a yellow card. That's the keyword. That's the important line of text there on Beaming Bravado, is that it gets +1 if you charged a yellow card. Really learned a lot about Bolton today, guys. I'm going to be honest. I've learned a lot about watching all these Bolton players play today. This is like a tennis match. That's a really good way to look at it. I actually really like that. There's been a lot of back and forth here. Gonna be getting some dinner after this. I'm pretty hungry. All right, Aaron's really in the tank here about how he wants to block, so... Okay. Aaron blocks with an E-strike. Drew gives go again. Aaron goes to 16. Illuminate for 4 go again because of the Quicken token. So much value. So much value. Drew out here making me want to light that sword. Drew does make Bolton look like a lot of fun. I will give him that. I can definitely tell he has put in the time and the reps with Bolton. And yeah, Joe, this is still an extremely close game. Like, this is by no means over in any capacity here. This has been a very, very close game. Oh, wow. And he throws the Banneret of Salvation here. Just coming in for 3 extra points here. Codex of Frailty looking pretty good to go get Leave No Witnesses. Man, Drew really needs to have like a sink below here. We've only seen 1 Vapor Scene and 1 sink below, so Drew could actually very well have a D-React here. That could like really put him in a good spot if he's able to keep 2 cards in an arsenal. Yeah, I can definitely tell Drew has been putting in the time and the reps, man. Like, I love to see it too. Like, I love to see it. He chooses Express Lightning, okay, which is a 0 for 4 that lets us charge. What are we going to discard here? And are you going to have to give up 2 cards, or is 1 going to be sufficient? He discards Command and Conquer. And he does have the sink below here. Okay. So Aaron able to set up a 5-card hand and give Drew a Frailty, but Drew's looking to put some pressure on here with access to 3 cards and a 6-point life advantage. Okay, so Express Lightning. I'm curious to know if he's going to charge or what we're going to do here. Yeah, no, like we definitely have not factored in the equipment block that he has here. Like not even close to doing anything like that. So Drew just throws the Express Lightning here, doesn't charge a card, and then Arsenals. That is a really good turn swing for Aaron. Like, that is a really good swing for Aaron. Aaron's done a phenomenal job this game at blocking and keeping on the pressure. Man, Pummeling Pursuit of Knowledge is like such a... Pummeling Pursuit of Knowledge just feels so good. He can Azuri something in here and then pummel it if he has it because of the tunic counter. So he passed, so he doesn't want to play the pummel here. Dude, Joe's getting hype. Joe's getting hype about Aaron's swing turn here. This is a really good turn for him. He could put Drew down to 13, and instead of giving Drew a 5-card hand, only give him a 3-card hand here. They get dumber, I get smarter on Pummel Pursuit. Dude, that's absolutely amazing. I love that. Okay, so no pummel there. Just the Command and Conquer below exchange is there. We have Express Lightning charging a card. Drew does have snaps here, even if Aaron says no blocks here. Just said no mech players today. Bright Lights was that good, huh? That's hysterical, dude. I mean, there was not any mech players here today, which is really interesting. I was surprised by that. I figured there'd be somebody on Dash. Figured there'd be somebody on OG Dash, honestly. Yeah, no, Josh, this game has been absolutely amazing. I've enjoyed this game very much. Wow, so Lumina Ascension, Frailty Trap on a Lumina Ascension turn. The value, the absolute value here. Gives Bolton go again. Uses Bolton to give go again and then comes in for 3 here. Decides to block with the Flick Knives there. Okay. Man, this has been such a good game. Death Touch from Arsenal. Will Drew go to 7 to keep his hand, or does he block it out here? I definitely have to say Azuri plays a lot better off of 2-card hands than Bolton does. Oh, Soul Shield. Oh, pitching a Soul Shield. That's a feels bad moment. What is Drew going to try and cobble together here? Dude, Mech is really good. I completely agree, Haterade. Mech is in a really good spot right now. We were talking about that the other night at one of our team meetings about if we're going to consider like trying to like bring, if we're going to consider trying to bring Dash to like RTN season and stuff like that. No, I know. Now Drew has nothing. Like Drew had nothing in his soul, but he's put 2 cards in there pretty quickly. So he's trying to make a little bit of a turnaround here. But I would definitely say, like, if I had to pick somebody who had the tempo right now, who was like winning this game, I would pick Drew. Or I'm sorry, I would pick Aaron, because I think Aaron, like, just Azuri plays off these like 2-card hands so much better, and Azuri has so much disruption. So much disruption. Okay, Aaron's debating how he wants to block. Looks like he's definitely going to give up the surgical extraction, but maybe debating giving something else here. It's a tie game, and Aaron still has Crown of Providence, which is really big. Aaron has hung on to his Crown of Providence a lot longer than I thought he would, I'm going to be honest. Like, Aaron has shown a lot of poise today playing this Azuri deck. Man, Aaron really tanking here. Gonna give Tunic to stop the on hit. Is Engulfing Light the one that goes to Soul? Yep. So he's gonna give Tunic to stop the on hit of trying to give Drew more Soul. And then we have Raiden for 4 here. Man, this has been a phenomenal game. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's one more Lumina in the deck, I'm pretty sure. There's the first Lumina. Yeah, there's one more Lumina in the deck, and, like, if Drew is able to get it off and, like, have a pretty good explosive hand, he can really start to, like, swing the game in his favor, I feel like. Like, one good hand is, like, really all it takes from either side here. It's 13-13, and the only person with equipment block is Drew. Drew goes to 7. He must have a good hand here. We're about to see how good his hand is. Okay, V for Vanguard. He puts 1 card into his arsenal, or into his soul. Sorry, not arsenal. Surprised by no Codex on the last turn? You mean you mean him playing Codex instead of playing the CNC? Because he can't do both there, unfortunately, but... Okay, so he can give this go again because he has another card in his soul? Okay, there's Courageous Steel Hand. And then he arsenals. Does not give go again. Already dead. Man. What are you going to do, Drew? Are we going to block 2? Or are you just going to block with Tunic and go to 2? You going to block with 2 cards to cover this up? Max can do some really dumb stuff, Josh. I agree. I honestly think that, like, Max, like, struggles into like Fi and Katu and stuff like that. I think that's where, like, Max really has a hard time. But, like, Max is a very good deck. I agree. Okay. Take 1, go to 6, and then lose the top card of your deck. And it's an Illuminate. Okay. Aaron's only 1 silver away from being able to get back his Black Tech Whispers, which would be huge. Be absolutely huge. This is 4 go again with making a Courage token. Man, this is like, what a game this has been. I have enjoyed this game very much today. Oh, Lord. Definitely going to be dinner time after this. Well, after everything's over with. After this, we're going to have interviews with both Drew and with Aaron to kind of talk about their thoughts in the matchup and how they felt about it. And we're going to finish up by talking about some of the prizes here. Oh, wow. Man, that is so good. He gets to do this and Raiden for 3. Yep, he's going to give go again, and then he's going to throw Raiden for 3. He's going to block with Already Dead and then go to 6. All right, Drew has all the tempo. He just has to find a way to close the game out in 16 cards. Have we used our last Lumina yet? I don't think so. I don't see the last Lumina. Is it over here? Nope. So we have 1 more Lumina in the deck. We're going to start off with Light the Way. I really like this card. I assume... Oh, he charged another Light the Way, which is not a yellow. So, technically, even if this hits, he doesn't get go again, but he can give it go again here. He can just give it go again from the Bolton's ability. Aaron has to decide how to block here. How many Vanguards? So, Aaron blocks 5. Takes nothing. V for Vanguard. V for Vanguard. There's 1V for Vanguard. I only see one over here so far. I only see 1V for Vanguard here. Like, it's possible that that Drew has 2V for Vanguards and has a Lumina Ascension left, which, man, if that's accurate, would be absolutely crazy. Aaron blocked with Isolate and Blue Pummel. Gives both of its cards here to not take any damage. Raiden for 4. Puts... Oh, no! It's the Courageous Steel Hand for the win! Oh my gosh! Drew has done it! Wow! Wow! Drew has the Courageous Steel Hand for the win. Right there to end the game. Man. What an absolutely crazy game. That was a phenomenal game. Man. I thought there was going to be at least one more turn there. Man, wow. Just, what a game from both players. Like, man, that was crazy. That was, man, like, man, I'm sorry. Shut up, Carly. I know I just keep saying the same thing, but it was just, I did not see it coming. It was such a good game. Carly is literally just sitting in the kitchen laughing at me right now. Oh, God. Okay. 2-minute break. We're going to get everybody back. We're going to talk about that finals match. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. We got Aaron. We got Drew. Let's talk about this game. So, going into the match, I had watched Aaron fatigue. I had watched Aaron fatigue Riptide earlier, and somehow managed to beat Jomai in the semifinals. What crazy games. And so Bolton is one of those decks that, isn't necessarily known for getting fatigued, but it can happen because you have to put a lot of your cards into your soul to make your turns work. So Aaron, going into that game, what were your thoughts? What was the game plan going into that matchup?
Put pressure on. Put pressure on Bolton as much as I can constantly because I want him to not be able to have as many cards in his hand as possible, and I want so he can't just keep on charging up his soul and just swinging that rate in every turn for 3. Because it's once you let a Bolton player just rack up soul points, it's not a good. You're not in a good spot ever. Like the one turn that turned it around big for him, in my opinion, was his turn where he went Celestial Cataclysm on me after doing something. He did something Celestial Cataclysm, then Raiden afterwards. That was just so much. And I remember someone mentioning how using your EPOD at that moment was a great. That was desperation. That EPOD is that EPOD right there was like, okay, I need to prevent some of this 7 or 8 damage coming in and still be able to swing back with my Eradicate next turn. That EPOD is in the deck mostly for like if I'm forced down for 2 reasons. One, his pummels are expensive and I always can't afford them, and 2. A lot of times people will put so much pressure on me that I'm down to 1 card in the hand. I at least want to be able to swing that 1 card. That was not what the EPOD is for at all. You got that away from me real quick.
Oh, that's hilarious. So, I mean, whether it was desperation or not, it looked really good today. I have to say, like, there was a couple times when I was like, EPOD, that's interesting, but the EPOD looked really good. You know, whether it was desperation or not, it looked like it, ended up doing well for what you needed it to do throughout the tournament today. So yeah, Joe's literally just laughing in the chat because that was him who said, yeah, like I love this play, like pop the EPOT, play respite, like what a great play. Like it's pretty funny. So Drew, coming into top 8, like I think you went 3-1 on the day, if I remember, and then we cut the top 8. So tell me a little bit about what your thoughts were, playing against Azuri. You made the comment before the game started that you don't play against a lot of Azuri. So, what were your thoughts? What was the game plan? Tell me about it.
Really the game plan was just to be able to put on enough pressure without getting fatigued. Like I said, I don't really have a lot of experience into Azuri, but we have a lot of Bravos at my locals, and I know like whenever they feel like they can basically just block out and fatigue me out, and I feel like Azuri can kind of do the same thing if she wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I think the turnaround turn was the God, man, that game was hard, dude. Because I feel like we did a lot of things back and forth that really interrupted one another.
So, that is something that we were talking about. Like me in the chat were talking about that throughout the course of the game. Like, there was a point where, Drew, you had like it was like 7 or 8 or maybe 9 points, like where you were up on life. But, Aaron going into his turn had access to 3 cards and he still had Crown up. He hadn't blocked with Flick Knives. And so it was like, the game is a lot closer than it looks now, just looking at life totals. And somebody literally said that it looked like a tennis match. Like watching the back and forth, and it was crazy because the humble pummel turn,
dude. I was like, what the heck, bruh?
Yeah, that was a big turn.
In the chat, what the heck? That was hilarious.
I think that is literally the turn after that is what I think turned the game in my favor, because he had full tempo on that turn. And then he drew like a poopy hand. Like he just drew a stinky hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that now. I think I drew 2 isolates, a shred, and the EPOT. That's what I drew. I was forced to I was actually hoping that you'd block the spiders, but I threw your way just so that I could get some extra value out of it right then and there. And then that did not happen, unfortunately. But life happens, But I actually just remembered something too. The actual real pivoting point, I think one of the other real pivoting points was when I blocked the Crown of Providence. I was thinking, because I had a pummel in hand, a blue, and I had no way to use it at this point in the game. It's like we're both at like around 10 health. I don't think you're gonna ever let me get a 3-card hand ever again at this point. And I'm like, okay, let me get anything else with this, and I drew some random red card. I'm pretty sure. I was just like, oh, this is just garbage.
Yeah.
Oh well.
We were definitely talking about the EPOT turn, for sure. because you threw the dagger, and I remember we were like, okay, like, you know, this could be the start of something, and then you played Epot and passed. And we were like, wow, like, Drew is not going to get punished at all for, you know, the humble.
So bad.
Yeah, I was like, that's a real feels bad moment. And it's, you know, it's things like that, you know, like those kinds of turns are really, you know, can swing a game one way or another in any direction. So.
Yeah, because I literally think the stinky hand turn was followed up with my 20-point turn.
Yeah, that's when you do the Sequasm turn after.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that turn was actually crazy. Like,
oh my,
we were just like, well, I said they don't call him Drew Bolton McBroham for nothing, folks. It was crazy, like to watch that game. So, well,
yeah, because that turn was actually like decently risky because I started that turn out with the engulfing light, putting the gallantry, the one that gives you the quicken token. And I was hoping that would hit, so that way I'd go up to 4 soul rather than 3 soul. But he blocked it out. I had the Snaps Dragons, and then I paid for the Vigorous Thrust to basically have 7 go again. And then I had to do the Cataclysm go to 0 soul. Because I would have liked in that turn of 1 soul, but you know.
Sure. No, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. Because I mean, you know, like your soul is one of those, like, you know, like other resources. Like, you know, like you can't always add points to, but it does like give you a lot of value over the course of the game to make sure you have soul. There was the turn when you played the Lumina, we were talking about when Aaron denied you. You ended the turn with no soul. And it was like, okay, like this could be a real turning point here. If Drew has no soul moving forward and like can't find a way to like really get stuff together here. But I think on the following turn you put like 2 cards into your soul, so it ended up not being like detrimental there. But it just like it was one of those turns where it was like it feels like it could have been another flip turn depending on what things had looked like from there.
Yeah, because I definitely think Aaron was very good at blocking. Like he knew what to block, and that's what made it the hardest, I think.
Yeah. It's kind of funny to think about. Well, my opponent knew how to block, so I didn't do that well. Like, oh man.
Well, you gotta read the Bolton cards, because there's a lot of Bolton cards that will say like if you do this or if you do that. It's not just conditional, and then a lot of them like I think it's what I forget what the one when you hit and draw a card. That one is one of the real big ones, and if I can't ever let that hit. I was like, oh, I got a 9 attack in my hand. This is the perfect time to block this. But then all of a sudden, Courageous comes out and just smacks me for an extra 3. Oh, well, it's now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, Bolt of Courage is a really good card. Yeah, Joe said blocking is an art, and I absolutely agree with that. Because it really is, like, at a certain extent, in my opinion. Well, guys, thanks so much for being here today and for playing. Yo, Felipe, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Sorry, that noise popped up in my ear, so I heard it. But guys, thank you so much for being here today. You know, like I had a great time. Like, you know, again, congrats on first and second. You know, like first one of these we've done. So, you know, Drew can say he's the one time now. He can't be stopped. He's the one time. I was like, and you know, there was a lot of good players today. I know there was only like, you know, 13 of us when the day started, but like a lot of good people in the field that like, you know, I've had the chance to play against and, you know, and meet. So like, you know, you guys winning first and second today, like, you know, is well deserved, guys. Like really, I tip my hat to you for that. So
I love how the day started where I thought it was single limb only, and then you're like, oh, stick around. You can just 3-1, then just make it to the finals. And here I am.
And you absolutely did. And I'm so glad you stuck around, dude.
Yeah.
Trent said, oh no, man. What have you just done to Drew's ego?
Look, there's a couple people I want to thank for this. Okay. My supervisor for letting me leave work early. You know, Zach for hosting a great tournament.
Oh, thanks.
And my girlfriend Mandy for being the best girlfriend ever. I love you.
I love it, dude. I'm happy I was included in the 3, man. Take that, Trent. What do you think about that? Oh man. All right.
Thanks Trent for the free wins. Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh, it's getting brutal. Okay. Well, guys, thanks so much. I had a great time, and I'll get with you guys about the prizes and everything like that so we can make sure we get them to you.
Not a problem. Hey, do you mind if I plug myself out before we go?
No, please do. Absolutely, man.
So if, I'm just starting to, I mean, I used to be an LGS owner and everything, but right now I'm just doing the YouTube thing and still just being a card vendor. But more than anything, if you guys want to ever see some cool box breaks and some deck tech, I'm going to be doing a deck tech on my personal deck in the next couple days. It's infinite cards with a Z. And you'll definitely be seeing some interesting content coming here and there, and possibly some podcasts and whatnot too. And you'll definitely see me on all this guy's tournaments because I had a lot of fun today.
Dude, absolutely, man. We will get a link to Aaron's channel, to his YouTube channel in the Discord, so be sure to check that out. I was like, I honestly, before today, I did not know that Aaron made content, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier today. So I am definitely on the list of subscribers on his channel. So we'll get a link to his channel so that he can share his content with us for sure.
Greatly appreciate it, my guy.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, guys, thanks so much, and I will catch up with you guys later.
Alrighty, it was good playing against you.
Yeah, super great game, man. Look forward to the next one.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. All right. Well, guys, today has been a blast. I have had so much fun. I am somebody who loves to play. I'm a competitor through and through. It's just who I am. But being able to like step back and, and watch all the games and see everybody having a good time and interacting, like this went way better than I could have ever dreamed. Thank you everybody who watched today. Thank you guys for being here. I know there's a lot of new subs on YouTube. We got some followers on Twitch. Like, I just, thank you guys so much, for hanging out and being here today. Like, you guys watching and hanging out really means a lot. Thanks to everybody who participated in the tournament. Congrats again to, Drew for winning and Aaron on the finals. And congrats to everybody who made top 8. I had a really good time. We're definitely going to do this again. I'm going to try and streamline some more of the process so that it's a little bit easier for everybody, so that it's not just me doing it all by hand, but we'll try to figure that out. And next time we do something like this, we'll try to get somebody else in the booth with us. So, I mean, I say the booth, like the metaphorical booth here, but we'll try to get somebody else on so we can have some more commentary that's not just mine. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to grab some dinner. I hope you guys have a good night, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Take it easy, guys.